Panam, 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 panam. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everyone. Yosh, hi. Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Hello. Yes. Do you hear me? Hello. Oh. TikTok people doesn't hear me. Do you hear me now, TikTok people? Hello. Wait, hold on. I have to figure out something real quick. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? I hope you hear me. Okay. If not, I'm gonna cry. How is everyone? Hold on. That background very strong. Okay, that's better. Halloween to the everyone. Uh, okay, today we're just yapper. We are a yapparuno. Not really a yapping, because we're gonna play Yapyap in a couple, probably 30 minutes or so. Yeah. So while we're waiting for the Yapyap game collab, we're just yapping. Yeah. How's everyone? I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Good morning, good evening. Hello. So the first one is, as usual, the cosmic. And Shadow is here already. And y'all probably gambled it already. Yes. Okay. Sorry it took some time to set up the stream, but I'm here. The rose! Is it the rose? The Geneva, the Geneva, the Geneva, no, Kirby, ow, ow, Kirby, no, no, oh my god. Hello, Rose, everyone. Hello. Don't forget to follow the Rose. She's still playing. She's still live. Don't forget to follow the Rose. Yes. Hi, TikTok people. Hello. Let's yap for a bit. I'm just just chilling today. I just got home from work. So I'm like, yeah. Um, we're just chilling. The big chill. Is that Miss? Hi, Miss. Hi, Cuckoo. Hello. Hello. How is everyone? Hello. Good job today. Thank you, Miss. I'm still at work, by the way. I'm still working for 24 minutes. 24 minutes. We wait for 24 minutes and then work done. Okay. Oh, three stream streak. Damn. Nice one, Miss. Hello. How is everyone? Hello. Hi, TikTok people. Good morning. Good evening. Hello. Oh well. A bit eager because I do be lacking sleep. It's sad, but yeah. Today we just chill. Okay, we are just chilling. Okay. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp. This is a sign my sleep been a mess. Oh boy. I feel you on that. I mean, same. I'm running with just like 3 hours of sleep, and I'm I'm caffeinated again today. I bought a strawberry matcha drink. Not from Starbucks. Thank you for the headband. Me like headband. Thank you, Miss. But yes, it yum. I'm just waiting for the matcha to take effect, so I'm like awake, because Loki, I'm EP. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Thank you. Oh, Civic! Oh my god, it's been so long. How are you, Civic? I hope you had a good day. Thank you for liking the live. Oh my god, hi TikTok people. Wait, why is my TikTok channel appearing? Oh, oh, my bad. There you go. No, 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 I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way. There we go. There you go. So you see what's happening on the TikToker? Yes. Hello. Hello. The hello. How is everyone? Yeah. What's the latest tea for today? What's the latest? What's the latest tea today? I'm like, bruh. Hold on, let me calibrate my stuff. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. The caffeine will take some time to kick in, yes. Oh, oh my god. Honestly, I just want to sleep, but man, I do also want to game. But yeah, we do chill today. Going to school. Be safe. Have fun at school, guys. Be be safe. Have fun. Save your money. Oh no. What do you mean save my money? What do you mean save my money? Are you saying that to Mist or to me? I don't know. Today my luck in gacha was terrible. What happened? How many rolls did you do? How many pulls did you do? To me? Oh. I have my caffeine budget. I have my caffeine budget. And also it's not Starbucks, okay? It's not Starbucks this time. This one is called Pickup Coffee. It's a brand called Pickup Coffee. Ow, 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 ow. Did you know like Starbucks here you can buy one venti drink, one matcha venti drink. The matcha venti drink that I usually use, not they usually I usually um 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 buy is around $5 or more. Yeah, but this time the one that I bought is called Pickup Coffee, and guess what? You can get the same size of drink with almost the same taste for just $2. Imagine, I can get two orders of matcha, 2 orders of matcha latte. with what, like, bruh, it's just 99 pesos. Oh my goodness. And if I wanted like my milk to be changed, like this time I changed it to half and half, or what they call in Starbucks as brevet. Yeah, I I was priced at around 120 pesos. That's just like 2 euros. Just barely a bit barely about, yeah, there. Uh, just $2. $2, and I get what? How many ounce is this? But it's big. It's called large, but it's the same size as Starbucks venti, and I like it. Me like it. I got brainwashed yesterday. Oh no, good luck with that, Kaz. If you have quiz today, good luck. Good luck. Is that Joe? Bonjour, bonjour. You cut your hair. It's great. It's one of the toggle. Yeah, I cut my hair with this one. Okay, okay. The this dude, bro, doesn't matter. Stop spending money on coffee. I'm gonna beat you. Save it. But but I need my matcha to stay awake, or else I'm gonna pass out. Imagine not drinking water or leaf water. Bruh, I always drink tea every day. I always drink tea. And I cannot consume coffee. You can get matcha powder, it's cheap. I have a container myself. Wait, hold on. Let me catch up in chat first before I answer your questions. Not to get instant coffee that'll last all while and you're good. Yes, I don't drink coffee. Coffee not good for me. Coffee not good for me. The only caffeine that I can consume is matcha and from tea leaves, but tea leaves rarely have it. So I use matcha. Okay. Make it yourself. You can get matcha powder. It's cheap. You have container massive bullshit. Bruh. Okay. Matcha's caffeine, I know. But the matcha's caffeine is not as strong as coffee caffeine. Okay. Like, a little like TLDR. I can't drink coffee I can't eat anything that has coffee in it. I don't know why, but my acid do be acting so bad with coffee to the point I will vomit or I'll be taken to the ER. So I've been hospitalized twice already from trying to consume coffee. Like, imagine just like one or two sips of coffee. And then, bruh, I get hospitalized for like vomiting multiple times in that day, same time. So yeah, like I just decided for myself, I guess I'm not fit for coffee. But then matcha came. Matcha became the hit. Like, it's tea. I can drink tea. Before I was in Starbucks before with my coworkers, they always say, "Oh, you can't get coffee. Get tea instead." Okay, and then I order the hibiscus tea. Well, back then the hibiscus tea, which was fucking bland, like not even an inch of like like nothing, no caffeine in it. So it's like fancy water. So I'm like, bruh. And then matcha became the hip, like the hit drink in the Philippines because of Japan and stuff. And I'm like, oh, when I my first taste with matcha, at first they say, "Oh, matcha tastes like grass." At first when I tasted it, I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna like it. But when I finished one bottle, I'm like, one tall serving of it. I'm like, not gonna lie, I like it. And then I become a big yapper whenever I take matcha. So I'm like, I'm awake for 12 hours. I can take caffeine without vomiting. Yeah, I still get acid. I still get acid. Not gonna lie with matcha, but it's tolerable. It's tolerable. I like it. Me likey. Me likey. Okay. Okay. Is your problem with iron? I don't know. Maybe I do also have problem with iron. Low key people be telling me I'm pale as fuck. My coworkers be like, "Oh, Nachi, you're so fucking white. Why are you so pale? Do you even go out of your house?" I'm like, "Bruh, I rarely go out of my house. I barely step out of my room, man." At this point, let's force her to drink espresso shots. Oh my god, Shadow, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. Twice in a lifetime? Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. I got in the ER for like puking so much to the point like I'm in pain. Like nothing's coming out of me anymore, but I still puke. I'm like, fucking coffee, man. Coffee will kill me. Can I be an evil mod? Wait, what? 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 Why? Why? Who are you gonna bonk, Yuki? The savior hibiscus makes you sleepy? Yeah, I don't know. Not she not getting her caffeine. Hit drink worldwide. Yeah. I like matcha. To those people that say, oh, matcha tastes like grass. I mean, yeah, it does taste like grass, but there's this not really addicting. Like there's this type of taste, aftertaste that I like with matcha, and I'm like, not sure their sensitive stomach. Yes, I like, I like, I like, I like a lot of foods. You know what? It's not just coffee that that I can consume. It's also watermelon. Like, bruh, I can consume pineapple even though it's like super acid, like super acidic. I can consume pineapple. I can consume other citrus fruits like lime, lemon, mango, anything that is like sour. I can consume, but watermelon that is not even sour makes me vomit, bro. I'm like, why? But watermelon should be hydrating. Why is it making me vomit, man? But yeah, that's like my shit. My body don't like it, I guess. Not just shall get some more vitamin D chi. Oh, you mean sunlight? I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. I ain't bonking anyone. Just asking in case. Oh, okay, okay. You got the permission, wow. You got the permission. You can be evil. Poor Nachi. Aw, thank you. Okay, okay. TikTok people, I'm not. I'm not. I'm here. Don't forget me. Don't forgoring. Kuku. Dankeschön. Oh my god, why am I saying it in German? Thank you for the headband. No, Kirby. Oh my god. Kirby, why eat? Why eat me? Why? But yeah. No! Kirby. No. The multiple Kirby. The multiple Kirby redeems. Damn. That's crazy. But yeah, oh my god. I wish I had matcha when I was streaming last time. Because bro, if I had matcha, I would have gone more than 14 hours. But yeah, it was fine though. My cousin tried talking to me right now about some shit, but I literally told her to shut the fuck up. What? Bro, that's evil, chat. Why would you do that to your cousin? Let them yap. Hi, TikTok people. Hi. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm here. Please, algorithm, give me people. TikTok algorithm, I'm here. Please give me some people to yap with. Every woman in my home has one-sided convo with me. It's annoying as fuck. Uh, Shadow, that's normal. Get used to woman yapping. Get used to woman yapping or else you're not gonna get a woman. I just noticed Nachi has the big floppy ears. Yeah, I put on the bunny floppy ear. The bunny. The bunny. Have you ever expressed that with them? I know that's why I tell them to keep me out of it. No, Shadow. Family drama, I don't care whatsoever. Thank you, Cuckoo. We like it. Um, okay. Just, not really an advice, but women tend to be more emotional. Like, they lean more emotionally than logic. So, they tend to bond more emotionally. And because of that, they do be happy. Not really with drama, not just with drama or family drama, but um um dealing with women. If you want some girly pop, if you want some woman in your life, uh you better gotta have that emotional puke bucket. What's that? I just discovered it on TikTok as well. Like, I saw this TikTok clip that says, if you want a woman in your life, have a emotional puke bucket, where you just listen to the woman yap and yap and yap, and whenever she says, "Oh, I'm hating this, I hated that. Oh, my coworker this, my coworker that. Oh, this drama. Oh, that drama." And all you gotta say is, "Yes, yes, I understand. Yeah, yeah. What more? Tell me more. Is that it? Is there more?" Those words will, like, and then you just wait for her to say, "Yeah, that's it." Once you say "that's it," she's done yapping. And you know what? She's satisfied. She's gonna be like satisfied because someone heard her, someone listened to her. Even though you don't care what she said, the thought of someone listening to her is very important. And that's what, is very sweet for women, very sweet. It depends on the woman, to be fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it depends on the woman, yeah, for real. But, like, generally saying, not all women are like that, but probably most. Not all. There's still some women that don't like drama. There's women that are, like, wired logically as well. But, like, most, some, you know like, in my case, like, I'm a woman, but in my family and stuff, those are IRL around me, they tend to be yappy. They tend to be, like, into drama and shit. They tend to be in the cheese may, the cheese me's. They tend to be like that, and they're satisfied after that. In my end, I'm just happy, not really with sharing drama or something. I'm just happy with sharing my feelings. And I'm like, yeah, I feel heard. I feel satisfied whenever, like, someone hears my thoughts. Like, even though, yeah, some don't care about it, the thought matters, that they listen. That's what matters, I think, for me. But like I said, family, I don't care. The other women, I like, yeah. And I mean, if you just consider them like just like the same thing, like, oh yeah, what more? Like, don't care. My mom is like that always. Like it like my mom is like, oh, you know this auntie of yours, she's like that and this is like that. No, 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 sniff. What the hell? I sniff back. Okay, I sniff back. Okay. But my mom is like that. Like, no, why not sniff again? Why we sniff again? Why sniff back? Okay, so, yeah, so I'm like, bruh, my mom is like, oh, your auntie's like this. But she couldn't be like that, you know? She shouldn't be like that. I'm like, yeah, so? Then she's gonna be like, oh, because but this and that and this and that. Like, she should be like this and that. And I'm like, yeah, so? Tell me more. Why that's your thinking about it? Then she explains it, and I'm like, oh, okay, it is what it is. Then she's okay. She's gonna be like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. It is what it is. I don't know. Not all women, yeah. I agree with the ukulele. I agree with the wife. It depends on the woman. She just want to vent. Yeah, most women just want someone to hear them. Not all, okay. I'm saying just saying not all, not all, but like generally, if you want to deal with a woman, you must have at least an emotional puke bucket. Not all women, okay? Not all women. At least you have something in store, right? If in case they are emotional and stuff, you have this that it won't overwhelm you and stuff. I don't want family to vent to me. I don't need to be a part of it. Don't my friends have all game. I understand though because family is like always around you. You know, they're always connected to you. Either way, you're gonna see them. Either way, you're gonna deal with them. I also don't like much hearing a lot of family stuff from my mom and from my cousins. But I mean, it is what it is. Like I always have to deal with it anyway. Like in the future, yeah, I'm gonna meet this person that they're doing some shizame. What? What sin? What do you mean, Zoro? Fuck you. But yeah, we like them chisames. I mean, just yapping, you know. Both sides of my family stuff and fucking just gotta get it out of fucking. No, Shiva. No! Why is it different me? Coffee. Coffee, why? No. Hi, Zian. Hello, hello. Yes. That's why I also Shadow. I feel you on that though. Like, bruh, that's also the reason. I don't Carby. Ow, 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 Carby, no, Carby, no. Yeah, that's the reason as well. Like, why I like distance myself from family. Like, I went out of my family home. I bought my own home. And I I rarely talk to my extended family, you know, like cousins, aunties and stuff. I rarely talk to them. If there's like a reunion type shit which happens every year, I always pass out. I always like tell my mom I'm gonna pass. I have work even though I don't have work. Oh, my eyes! Ow! Oh fuck! I didn't see that. Shit! God damn! No! 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 Stop this sniffer! No! I will sniff back. Wow! Stank! I smell Zorro. It's stanky. It stank. I'm from Philippines. Welcome, Ohizi, and good morning. Good morning. Magandang umaga. Sniffer is probably my favorite redeem. Yeah, everyone has their own favorite redeem. Shadow likes redeeming Kirby. Zoinks likes redeeming the your mom's car. Doc likes redeeming the suck one. I mean, pick your poison. There's a lot there. Oh, and also I have a new one, which is I surprise you. If you redeem that, like I'm gonna surprise you with that. Ah! With a reverb.
It's time to hydrate with some
Kirkland signature purified
water
water
using code
Andimu. Andimu. Yes. Thank you, Jay, for the hydrate. Now I hydrate with matcha. Today I brought, oh my god, I brought strawberry matcha latte. I'm like, there's strawberry in matcha. Oh my god, all this time I just been ordering caramel syrup matcha. Ah, yum. Not too sweet, not too bitter, and it doesn't make me acidic. And it keeps me awake for 12 hours. I noticed that as well. Like, oh my god, whenever I drink matcha, especially when I'm at work, I like eepiness gone, no eepiness, and then I become so yappy to the point that my coworkers are tired of hearing my stuff. They're gonna be like, "Let me work. Let's do the chisme later." Dear God, she's trying to escape her sleep. Yeah, I'm escaping my sleep today. I only had 3 hours. I get glued. I only had 3 hours of sleep. So I'm like, heh. The power of matcha. Oh shit, it's already 7 a.m. Damn. I didn't know this time. Okay. Zero, is it time? Is it time for the yappy yappers? It's my first time playing the game. It's my first time opening the game. Did you know that the L-theanine in matcha and green tea actually makes the absorption harder? Iron absorption harder. So technically, matcha is poison for vampires. But I put blood on my tea. I put blood on my tea. It's a blood tea. Huh? But I put What about my tea? What about my tea? This is my blood tea. It's not theanine, it's tannins. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. Tannins? I see. Microdose poison. What? But yeah, I mean, is that why I'm pale? Because I keep on drinking tea. I drink tea every day. Not matcha always. I don't drink matcha always. I rarely drink matcha. Only if I really need to stay awake. I only drink matcha if I only need to stay awake. Then yeah. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I'm lost. Poison for the nuts. That's crazy, Jay. Why would you poison me? No, TNN is different. It's the stuff that makes you calm and chill. Yeah, I remember there's like a supplement called L-theanine as well. That is like good for the body, they say. Better to drink it around 2 hours from food before or after. Oh, theanine is very mild iron absorption inhibitors. Damn. I'm not a scientific person, but this is a good trivia, you know. I'm like, oh, I'm learning stuff, man. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Noggy, stop! Oh my god, my dog. Noggy wants some. Noggy wants some play. Who is the what? Who is the what, Zian? I'm sorry, I just saw it right now. But who is the what? Also, hi TikTok people. Hello, hello. It may say coffee in my name, but I also dabble with tea a lot. What's your favorite tea? Coffee. What's your favorite tea? Oh my goodness. What's the latest tea as well? Oh my god. Actually, I don't know much about tea lately. Like, is there a big tea in the community, in the internet? I don't know. Like, like what do you call it? Like Kaide and Tenzi type shit tea. Tannins are in coffee too, so they impact iron absorption too. Oh, thank goodness I don't drink coffee. I like Sanpincha the most. My runner up would be Sencha or Genmaicha. Wait, is that Japanese name for the tea? That's the first time I like. If it's cha, like ocha, like in Japanese, yeah, I guess. Sanpin? What's Sanpin? Ocha? Ocha. Okinawa. Oh, Okinawa. Okinawa is quite strong though. I don't know. I've tried Okinawa milk tea. There's like milk tea was also the hit here in the Philippines after it like became like before the matcha craze, there was the boba slash milk tea craze here. Oh, yeah, the toasted rice. Oh, genmaicha. I see. Sunpinch. The Okinawa tea is like, yeah, I tried that as well. Kind of strong. Honestly, I'm more acidic with Okinawa tea than other teas. It's not milk tea. Sunpinch is close to jasmine tea. Is it like chamomile or something? Taro boba milk tea. Oh my good. I don't like ube. I don't like taro. I'm sorry. I don't like taro. So like some people say, oh, you're a Filipino, but you don't like ube. I'm like, yeah, I just don't like the flavor, I guess. If I see purple food, it means ube. Unless it's puto bongbong. Okay, let me go. Let me check DMs. Zaro. Zawow. Taro boba milk tea it uses green tea leaves but it still has jasmine aroma. Oh. Honestly, like those sound so good though. Wait. Where are we gonna So it's gonna be me, Papaya, Zaroj, You kalala, are you gonna join or not? But and then oh, Papaya is gonna be late as well. Papaya is gonna be late. Noki said he's gonna be on for in about 20 or 30 minutes because he's still eating den. The dinner, dinner. Give me ube croissant, croissant, a croissant, pizza. What do you mean pizza, Jay? What? What? Are you eating pizza right now? You might want to share. Mm. You might want to share. You know. That was my dinner. Oh my goodness. What type of pizza are we talking about, Jay? Does it have pineapple in it?
I am going to fucking eat you, you piece of shit.
No, no eating. No eating. No eating. Wow. You kalala joining? Yeah. Hell yeah. What did you do, Zaro? What did you do to make her join? What did you offer? Did you offer your balls? Did you offer? Did you offer? Who did you offer for you to join? You gave her a massage. God damn. God damn. Very intimate. Mm-hmm. Damn. Why you getting the first damn? Excuse you, Mr. Striker. I got balls. A potato balls. A stanky potato balls. Potato pizza is crazy. Zoro's too much of a bottom to have. Oh, oh. Zoro, are you gonna allow that? Are you gonna allow that? You're being called a bottom. You're being called a bottom. What you gonna say about it? Oh hell no. I'm only a bottom for you. Oh god damn, what a same. Wait, what about Papaya? Why are you abandoning your husband? Why are you abandoning your husband? How dare you, Zara? You're not a bottom for Papaya? I never was a bottom for Papaya. He's the biggest bottom on the planet. Oh my god, I agree. Bro says no, then immediately says yes. Well, I agree with you. Papaya is one of the biggest bottom. I'm also a bottom though. I'm also a bottom for Yuki. Hey. Me like him a wabu, bruh. Me like him a wabu. Also, hi TikTok people. I am done forgetting you. Oh my god, don't need me. Let me adjust this shit. This shit where do guy? This shit to guy. It had tomato, cheese, pepperoni, bacon, spinach, chili, garlic. Originally, where I added mushroom, artichoke, and pesto. God damn! So it's a pesto pizza, but with a lot of condiments and stuff on it. But goddamn, that's like overloaded type shit, bro. Very, very, very healthy too, because like most of those are like, yeah, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Four of the ingredients are like vegetable based. The only meat is like pepperoni, bacon. Pepperoni and bacon only. God damn. I like pesto. Pesto. Honestly, I don't. There's like good pesto. I've tasted a good pesto. I've tasted a bad pesto, but usually in my country, when they say pesto, I usually don't like it. But I mean, there's good pesto. I swear, there's restaurants that offer good pesto, and I like it. I like it. It is made by our local Italian pizza. Italiano. A pizzalini. A pizzalini. A pepperoni. Oh my god, why am I still EP? Fuck. Come on, log in. I just need to log in for a bit and then I'll log out. This. And now I'm out of work. Hell yeah. Bonk. What? Why are you bonking? Why are you bonking? Who are you bonking? I'm out of work now. Hey. Zarbage. We can start Yapyap now. Bat is in the server. Bat is in the server. What? Is that the bat? Okay, launching Yap. Okay. Hold on.
Lizard.
Lizard. I thought that was a bat. It was Zoro that redeemed it. Okay. I also launched the game. Hold on. Where my Steam at, man? Play. Hold on. Let me go to game and we're gonna game and what can I say? I like a lot of vegetables on my pizza, honestly. That's better. Pizza is so unhealthy. You have to balance it out with good veggies. Hold on. Game capture? Yeah. Okay. Does it show? Does it show? Oh, it's too big. It's water. It's too big. It's water. Why is it too big? Why is it water? English continue. Adjust brightness. Until the leftmost image is barely visible. Bro, I don't even see it, bro. So I guess this is it. Honestly, why am I getting EP? Suddenly had this EP feeling. What the heck? What is wrong with me? Okay. Verify your microphone is working. Try speaking to see if it's recognized. Yeah, I can see it. It's working. Yeah. Okay, now can I change? Oh, I can increase the field of view to 100. Nice. Let's put it at 95. Show compass enabled. Look sensitivity, camera smoothness. Display. Windowed. Resolution. Where's my favorite? Okay, there we go. Where? Unlimited FPS limit. Can I limit it, please? Can I limit it? Medium. Oh, I see. Damn. I mean, there's quite a difference between the classic junk food pizza and the Italian pizza. I don't know what's the difference. I haven't had Italian pizza for real. If you sleep, I'm drawing a foot on your fart. No! But I kind of passed out for a few seconds there. Maybe from matcha sugar. Have a snack. Oh, yeah, probably. This is the first time I'm consuming just a matcha without caramel or any other stuff, and it's quite sweet because of the strawberry. Also, what the fuck is noisy, man? I wanna limit the FPS. How? Audio UI ambience. Can I lower down ambience? Oh.
Suck.
The suck. Hi, Cosmic. WASD control job. No, bad. Is that the bat? Is that the bath? Did the bat? Okay. Is that the Nazi? Yeah. Is that the bat? Y'all left me all alone earlier. What? What do you mean you're left all alone? You know what time it is? It's time for me to sleep. I'm low-key passing out. When will the matcha hit? On Battlefield? No! I thought you were the one that went online, offline. Because you weren't in the match. But it's okay. It is Nazi time? Oh, I see. Okay. What? And yeah, Nachi soon eats her naps too. Yeah, honestly, I'm getting so eepy right now. I might even pass out soon. I feel like I'm gonna pass out soon. Mm. Oh my god. Ah. The hell? You left the window, so now I'm in your server. Welcome on the server, doll. You mean I left the window open? I see, I see. Welcome. Stream made into Nachi sleep. She low key, yeah. I might do that. Oh my god. What's so far? Oh my god, that's a lot. Yeah. Have a quick nap. Okay, let me take a quick nap. Loki, I might pass out, like for real. I suddenly get IPA. I suddenly get IPA. Oh, I don't know why. What? Reduce motion? Spell voice cast on hold. Taken from voice. Treat arachnophobia guide. I don't know. How would we wake up if you ate a public call? I know. But try not to be EP challenge. Impossible. Impossible level. You lack too much sleep. I lack sleep. I only had 2 hours. Yesterday I had 2 hours. Bruh. Bruh. Do you think, Matcha, I bought you to make me wake up? I'm only sleeping type shit. That's crazy. Wait, what? My TikTok lover. No! Don't end TikTok lover. I'm here! I'm here! Thank you for the headband, Cuckoo. Oh shit, I gotta set game. Yap. Also, I gotta... Shush! Oh my god, I'm sorry for that. That's a big... That's a big burp, like... I TikTok people yap sounding like it's about to be nap. Don't jinx it, Coco. It might happen. Not when I'm EP, like, oh my god. As soon as I'm done with the EPness, I'm gonna be like energetic as fuck. Okay. Then I put my model here. Let me remove that shit. Remove that T! Two. Back from bathroom. Welcome back, Zobroj. Hold on. Also, I don't see the vizier and I am not in any VC. My bad. Can we can we go 4 stack? Can we go 4 stack? What? Why am I not in streamer mode? I shouldn't be hearing those stuff. Oh, I forgot to turn on streamer mode on Discord. Is burp. Burp. We got 3? What do you mean we got 3? Best bat has appeared. Let's go. Hell yeah. Wait, doesn't bat have Yapyap? Wait. Oh wait. Bat is in work. For gore. Ah, okay. Right now we have 3 ready to join. Who is it? Is the papaya ready? Can we go to 4 stack, please? I'm in the 4 stack VC now. Also, while y'all wait, bruh. While y'all are oh my god, I think I'm gonna shit. The milk. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm over. Man. Like, I was still awake while Bad was still streaming yesterday. I was like, that was so late for me, man. He was doing the Democracy Monday. Manage Democracy Mondays. Hell yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to shout out the bad. Dead bad. Dead bad. Yeah. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to follow the bad. The one and only the bat. Yes. Wait, I'm gonna go pee, honestly, and I might shit as well because this fucking milk is making me lactose intolerant. I'm lactose intolerant type shit. Also, what the fuck happened to my matcha, man? It shouldn't be EP. Bruh. Lactose intolerant. Yes. They do be tall. Even though they're small. Nugget! Oh my god, this dog. Also, we join your lobby. Okay. How? I don't know. Which lobby are we talking about? The hi waffle. The hi waffle. Is that a waffle? The no, it shouldn't be the one. Oh wait, you don't hear me? Huh? You don't hear me? Hello. I'm unlimited now. Oh my god. What? Yeah, I'm thinking okay because most of y'all in that side, you know. Yeah, true. That's true as well. Also, because I'm streaming, I don't want it to be so laggy and stuff. No case, he's gonna be here anytime soon. Are you gonna waffle? You're gonna play now? Are you gonna play with us? But you can chill. We can chill with us in the VC. Can't hear Yuki. Wait, it's a Discord. Oh shit. Oh hell no. Oh my god.
Suck.
That suck. Where's?
If I wasn't gonna play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna play with the Yuki. I'm gonna reply slower because eating homemade yogurt with the vanilla. Sarah, share some. Oh my god. Bat, you got called the papaya. What?
I called him papaya because I'm drawing papaya right now.
I see.
I'm sorry, but
But you're that stinky.
Bat's not stinky at all. Bat is the most beautiful bat I've ever seen.
Yeah, I
The
agree
most
with you.
beautiful specimen of brown bat.
Magor, like
I love bat.
when I saw
Bat.
Bat's other like new model, I'm like, yeah. Yuki's volume is too low. Nah.
I would ask Bat to step on me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Damn,
I
this
love that.
this is wild. Oh my god.
And I would
Damn.
step on Zoro afterwards.
What about me?
Thank you.
Glued.
Oh my god, that was fucking loud, Zoro.
Oh my god, it's so fucking.
Yeah, it was also the TTS was loud. What the hell? Okay, I'll increase Yuki for a bit on Discord so
With or
y'all
without
heal her
boots?
properly.
Both.
Okay.
Step on me. Step on me.
Glued.
I get glued her. Cosmic, no, why you glue? That's crazy. Yuki's
Listen,
volume
Bat,
is
I
too
love
low.
you.
It's off-putting considering how loud our
I
Yuki is.
love you.
Cosmic, why would you say
I
that?
love you.
We love the
love you,
bed. We love the
I'm
bed.
extremely tired, okay?
We
I
love the
spent
Yuki.
almost all night. I stayed up all night. Almost all night.
Studying.
Doing homework and studying.
Oh
You
no!
do not understand the severity.
I'm
I
going
wrote over
to eat
20
you.
pages,
And how delectable you
and I
will
didn't
be.
even make a dent in my homework.
Oh my god. Good luck with your homework though. Do you need help?
Do you understand the physics of law?
No.
Then no, you cannot help me.
God damn.
Yuki ASMR? Ew, die, bitch. The fuck? Ew.
Well, the way you're talking right now, it kind of gives the ASMR vibes.
Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll keep it full energy. Fuck you. Ew. I'm singing at full energy now. You're fucking disgusting.
What the fuck, Zara? What the fuck? What the fuck? Zara said, hold on, I need to increase her volume. I like it. It's crazy.
I hate you.
Hi, dog. Thank you for the hydrate, the stretch we do. And the headband. Oh my god. And Doc's classic suck.
I
Stretch.
just wanted to relax, and then they say Yuki is. Oh, you want ASMR? I'll get you ASMR. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go visit my kitchen for a bit. I will give you ASMR.
Croissant.
Gigi, can you do
Yes?
me? Can you do me a quick favor? May you
What-
please
what?
lower my volume to the highest volume possible?
Okay.
Can you max me out at 200? Thank you, honey. I'll be
200
back.
right now.
I'll be right back.
200. Oh my god, I can hear it from a mile away. My ears are gonna be torn after this, bruh. Soft voices are the best. I hear too many loud stuff IRL. Can't judge me. Zara, what do you mean? What do you mean loud stuff? But I hydrated, Doc.
Because
do
I'm
I-
so kind and generous today, I shall give you the ASMR you wish for.
I'm putting
Just
my
give me one
headset
moment,
a bit
please.
far from my ear right now.
Let
I'm
me set
ready.
it up.
I'm
and I'll give you
ready.
the ASMR you wish for. Okay, you ready? 1, 2. Fuck you, maggot. I should have used pans, huh? Pans would have been a lot better than this. Yeah, I wish I used pans. Pans would have been so much better than pots. I ain't getting no sleep because of y'all. Now you ain't gonna sleep because of me. Tough shit. I'm getting pans. Pans are so much
Y'all
better.
enjoying UK ASMR? Oh man.
I'm getting pans. This is. Ow!
Cosmic saying,
Ow.
"Oh yeah, this is my type of
Okay,
ASMR. It's
pants.
crazy." Music to my ears. What's POV being bong with pants? Kind of on pancakes. What?
Funny enough, I don't remember, but a long time ago, I did the exact same thing I'm doing right now to my community,
No,
and I don't remember.
No,
I
you're
really
just
don't
in.
remember
We're having
which
UK
podcast
ASMR
I
right now.
used. Which I say would be a good thing. Oh, sorry. Do you hear
We're
me stepping
having
on a water
UK
bottle? 'Cause it's
ASMR right
fizzing.
now.
Oh.
So this is with pans.
I'm gonna come.
You could fall asleep right now. Damn, that's easy.
I'm done.
Oh, shit, me.
Oh, my perfume.
No, okay. No, okay.
Hello.
On.
I think it would have hurt a lot more if I was the one streaming, because I'm doing it directly to my mic, and because I'm doing it via Discord mic, it probably isn't as strong as I want it to be.
It still sounds
Unfortunately, but
awful.
what I
Don't
have to
worry.
do is what I have to do. And I'm gonna get some water. 'Cause I'm
You
thirsty.
need that.
Is that the nogi? The nogi.
Where?
Is it the nogi?
Maybe. Could be. Who knows?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Panda Boy. How was your day so far? Good evening.
Good. I didn't do much today, but I'm here.
What was for Din? Wait, I gotta lower
mix
down,
soup.
you know. My ears. I had to put my headset away from my ear, just so, like my
Yeah.
ears can make it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Where the soup? You said you took picture. Where the soup?
The soup's still cooking. No soup yet.
Oh my god.
I'll take a picture later.
What
I
soup?
had a late lunch, so I'll probably eat later.
The Filipino
just
soup,
have to
you know,
cook.
the one with macaroni
Nah.
and stuff. Oh, different soup.
Nah.
Oh, I see.
Just kind of cleaning
I
out the
got
fridge
cheese
kind
down
of
on my
soup.
dad.
We had some ground meat, so I made little soup
Whitey,
meatballs.
I get it, okay? My
And-
bad,
Soup
bro.
meat.
Shouldn't
Oh
have ran
my
with the
God.
strawberries. I get it. God damn it, bro.
And we put in some cabbage and carrots and celery and onions. Nothing fancy.
Yeah.
My headphones.
Just a good soup.
That's a good soup. Like from the sound of it, I'm like, yum.
Yeah, just a nice hearty vegetable
my
soup
God.
with meatballs.
What's happening?
Meatballs. Yum. I like some soup. Hi Zian. Hi Zian. Hello. Welcome. TikTok chat. I'm not forgoing you. I'm here. I swear, I'm here. Who's hosting is Nogay. Is a
Yeah.
Nogay. Nogay
Everything
better
saved, I guess.
best PC ever.
New save.
Mhm.
He has that 1590 type shit, you know.
No, it's more so just the internet, I think, that matters.
Yes.
But hang on, I have to ponder my orb.
No Kai.
Hello,
Danoga.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
The hi. I joined the Nogay.
Can I don't see you
It's
two
a
online.
loading.
Can you join me?
Wait, let me. Oh.
Who are you asking?
Can I invite other
Well,
people
Yuki
even though I'm
and
not the
Zoro.
host?
I set it to friends only,
Oh, okay.
but I'm friends with Zoro and Yuki.
I wasn't
Invite
online on the
again?
game yet.
Okay.
I was offline on Steam.
But can you
Uh,
join?
Yeah,
you
I
join
think
off
so.
with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've
What the fuck is
been
Zaro?
overworking myself on the homework.
I've
Oh
noticed.
no.
Yeah, that's all I've been doing. Like this entire day, including yesterday and last night of yesterday, I've just been doing homework.
That's a lot.
I
You just
wrote.
been stockpiling it.
No,
Zaro,
I
what the
haven't been
fuck? I don't
stockpiling
have
it.
you as a friend on Steam. That's crazy.
It's because my counselor has given me extracurricular classes, and it's like, and those are piling on my other ones because
Why
I
are you
want to
not
prioritize the
appearing
classes I
on
already
my
have.
stuff?
And
Why are
because
you
of the
not
extracurriculars
appearing?
that are like online, they they're eating more of my time than before. If that makes sense.
Zero potato, zero
Yeah.
potato. Oh, there we go. I found you.
It's the
Invite
extracurriculars
to
that are
game.
like
Okay.
fucking me up.
Oh my god.
But no, I don't.
Bah.
I'm not trying to stack them up.
Oh, I'm not saying
Ow.
try to. I'm just like, just asking if they just all got piled up. You have to all do them now.
The grading period
Audio,
ends
push
next
to
week on
talk.
Friday,
Music.
and I think that's what's like really screwing me up, because I have to take my finals soon,
You.
and I also have a bunch of like
Sounds. There we go. A bit better. I don't know. Can I try it? So blurry. Display.
if you kiss a frog, I'll feel better. Give it a big smooch with the tongue.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck?
But yeah, I only got 2 hours of sleep, but I'm okay
That's okay. You just gotta
because I
nap.
drank 2 energy drinks.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to crash.
No. They were healthy
mute
ones
Discord, I'm
actually.
sorry.
10 calories, had apple cider vinegar, and they
There we
don't
go.
have
I
any
muted
bad
on
side effects.
Discord
They don't
now.
have it. They don't even have taurine. They don't got the bull cum, and they don't have a lot of caffeine in it.
I want Bolcom.
I know the
I
nearest
might
bull farm.
increase it.
You know,
Resolution.
I can like
It's a
introduce you to
better
the owner. You know what I mean?
resolution. Is it this one?
But no, I am very excited. Oh.
This.
Oh.
And then I increase it here.
Don't wake up. I'm gonna take you to my cellar.
And this.
Oh.
This is better. This
That's
is
not my
better.
cellar. It's like,
Ow!
I'm taking you to my cellar and I'm gonna touch your booty.
No.
Okay, this. And then this. And then this. Okay. You're just offline. I see. Okay. Hold on, I'm setting up stuff. Can I?
I'm just playing music.
You just play music? I see. Understandable. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Hold on. I gotta put up Nokia a bit because his voice to be low. 69 noise. Yeah, let's put it 69. You can lower it, I guess. And then let's give her a little like. Zaro, I'm putting your volume at the optimal number. Yes. Why is the thing like this? Is it really like this? Keyboard controls, audio, display. VSync? Ew. Oh my god, I can finally limit the FPS. Oh my goodness, finally. And then I could do this.
Here, accept.
This and then. Yeah, I think this is better resolution as well.
Yeah.
Her rent, 1,000,
Look sensitivity.
1,700, 1,000, 2K.
What is the
depends
look
who varies.
sensitivity?
Arrow.
Invert vertical.
Ah.
Ow!
Sorry, I don't have a stick.
Oh! Oh, okay.
He's smacking me with a pen. So, okay.
Yeah. Ah!
Oh. Haha, loser.
Player color.
Okay. Yo, bro, why are you guys in my head?
Maybe red.
No K's red. No K, I need you to be green. Is it me or is my body violently shaking?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, you're just normally shaking. Oh, that's so loud. The fucking pot.
Arrow.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be. Oh my god, this is too fucking. Oh my
Arrow.
god. Too big, too big, too big.
This.
Too big.
No.
Ah, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with the display. Gotta lower it down.
Hey, no K. Okay, guess what?
Yeah. What's their gnome?
Arrow.
Ah!
Why do you have a dome?
Yeah, I want to make soup.
I'm overwhelmed with
Leave the
that
poor gnome alone.
window.
Zero
Too
cooking.
big. I'm getting.
Oh.
I'm getting
Bless you.
dizzy.
I dropped
Screaming.
him for daycare.
Okay.
You dropped him off for daycare, then what is he doing here? Because clearly he's not in daycare. Unless the
Make gnome
daycare,
soup.
unless the caregiver is Noke. Noke is literally cooking it right
That's
now.
you.
No guy.
Oh,
Soup.
okay. I saw a funny
Doge.
game that we should all play.
Mm-hmm.
What? It's called
Oh.
Thieving Gnomes. We're gnomes and we gotta
Oh
steal.
yeah, I heard about
Oh,
it too.
yeah, I've seen that
The
one. That looks
nerve.
fun.
I'm
No,
a nerd.
for me personally, I want to play it off stream so then I can make a bunch of sexual jokes and the man's naked and take Noke away.
That's good.
I would expect nothing less.
Where do you get
Edo.
the?
You're not a lost or found. Wait, no, go back in there. I want to see if I can knock you in there.
I mean, I
Like,
can
not
just-
knock you unconscious.
I
Arrow!
just be here. I take a nap. here.
Hey, quick
Where
question.
do I get
G.
the?
Zoro. Did you
Where
guys
do
lose a
I
green
get
guy?
my wand?
Did you guys lose a green guy? There's a green guy in here in the
Oh
lost and
my
found.
god.
Me, 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 me.
Oh, show me.
Yo, no one missing a body?
I pet then okay.
Hmm.
I pet.
Also, here's your
Oh,
one,
shoot.
T.
Stick.
Stickies. Stick.
Right click to read your things.
Okay, I see it.
Up dog. Dog. Dog.
What's up,
Dog.
dog?
Tempest.
Dog. Dog. Tempest.
Dog.
Arrow. Arrow.
Ah! Up dog. Up dog.
Okay, can you pick me up?
Wee. Up dog.
Ow.
Up dog. Oh, it's cool down.
Yo, bro, don't
Okay.
cook me. Wait, okay, can you like?
Yeah.
Ow. Arrow.
Ah!
Stay there, stay there. No, go back to the unconscious. Arrow.
Where's Zoro?
Thank you.
Zoro. Zoro.
I don't want to make it look like you're taking it from behind. I'm trying to like just shove you in the pot.
Why not?
Focus.
Okay, hold up. Arrow.
Where's Zoro?
Oh.
Stay like that for a bit. Okay.
Arrow.
Am I able to rotate?
Oh, fuck
okay,
you.
so I just found something else.
Fuck you.
Using the middle camera, you can see your
Arrow.
character action.
Arrow. Arrow. Up dog. Zoro,
Yeah?
how are you? How are you?
Meatballs,
You are
huh?
the
Using
you
the
are
skills
meat
without
balls.
even
No,
saying.
I like
Without
my
even
balls, thank you.
talking. How?
You can't have them.
How do you use it without talking?
You don't have one. You're a panda.
That's not
Bruh.
what that means. That's not what that means. Pandas have balls.
The
Well, at least
balls.
they should. Oh no.
Balls.
What am I gonna do?
The balls.
What the fuck?
Balls.
I am pregnant.
Nachi.
What?
B.
What?
Nano! Nano!
Voice activated
want-
is better.
Arrow.
Voice activated is better?
It
It's
is.
funnier.
It is even funnier because it tries to assume that what you're saying is a
What's
spell,
up, dog?
and it can accidentally like cause you to do something.
Aw.
Yeah, whenever
Tempest.
I tell Zoro, it sometimes activates arrow. Zoro.
I only use this because I can't type
Zero.
fast in
Arrow.
PAL.
Zoro. Zoro.
Arrow.
Let's get moving.
Zoro.
Ah!
Get in.
Zoro.
Arrow!
Bless you.
Zoro.
Arrow!
Ow!
Arrow!
Ah, ah.
You piece of shit.
Okay. I'm very awake now. Matcha
I have-
finally kicked in.
I have chi on my I have chi on my wide monitor because I'm technically her mod, so I'm just keeping an eye out for as well. Me when I'm playing game and also being a moderator.
Thank you, Suave. Buh.
Nachi.
I hope you fly in a fire.
Oh my god. My ears! The game is too loud on me. Okay, there we go.
Ow, my head. Ah, my head. Concussion.
My god, I
Arrow.
put no K too loud, I guess.
Ah.
And
Arrow.
it's like this is better. Okay. Or I just put the voice lower.
You good?
And then put okay higher.
So,
Okay, there we go.
oh, okay, I brought your
Good
friend.
down there. My friend? Oh, frog. Hello, frog.
Owie! I
Take him
didn't
with you,
even
put him in
say
your pocket.
Tempest.
He's your lucky charm.
Bruh.
Okay.
Bruh.
Can I cast frog?
Ow! Ow! Ow!
I can't say 90% of the words I want to say.
Ribbit.
You bit.
Ribbit.
What?
I'm just setting everything on fire because I know there's some parts that we can't really destroy. So
Yeah.
if we can't destroy it, then we burn it. Up, dog.
How do you even
And
burn
okay.
What's
it?
going on down here? What?
What's the goal
Ah.
How
of
do
the
you burn
game,
it?
honestly?
You throw a candle at it.
Yeah, there's like candelabras around to set stuff on fire.
Okay, please come with me. I'm scared.
I'm coming. No, you're not. I'm scared.
Why are
How
you
do you
scared?
pick up the
I'm
candle?
scared. I'm scared to be with you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's not letting me pick up the candle.
Different types.
Go upstairs.
Tab?
Bro, he's like right.
Oh, this one.
Look here.
This one.
Your mom's car.
How do I
Seems like
rotate
a
it?
trigger.
Wrong button.
E? What? Oh, this one.
Ye.
Yee, okay. How do I use it though?
Press it to put it in your offhand.
Offhand? Press what? Hi, Zoinks. How? Press what? F? Oh! And then I could spin out like my wand out. Oh, that's nice! Okay. So Q to drop, F to swap. Oh, I can also grab this big candle.
Ye.
Can I burn you with it? Can I burn you with it, Zara? I burn.
You can burn other stuff.
What's the goal of the game? Just destroy stuff?
Break the wizard's stuff here.
Oh, is that an enemy? How do we kill that?
Ye but only if you break something nearby.
What? No, Zoro! Don't die.
I say
Arrow!
we jump that guy.
Oh, what? Why am I not doing it? Oh, okay. I have to hold the wand. Okay. Arrow! He's coming for me! Zoro! Why? It didn't get hurt! What is that? Is that your stuff? Wow! You have a fancy wand! Playing Yapyap, I see our
Ye found
get
it.
to close Zoro. Oh, you found it? Oh, I can find other ones. I see. I'll avoid that monster. Can we go another way? What's this? Goblin tooth? I got the goblin tooth. What does this
Please.
do though? Cold.
Tempest.
We can sell it later.
Arrow.
Oh, okay.
Ow.
What do you think is a valuable one? There's
The
only a
what?
few spells that can damage monsters. Oh. No, my candle! No, my candle died! I don't have candle anymore. I got no more candle. Damn. Zara, where are you going? Why you keep on...
It died. You killed it.
I killed what? The candle?
Oh, we're
Damn.
lagging.
We're lagging? Oh no. No okay. No okay. No okay. No your internet. Look at your internet shit. Can I refill it with this candle?
I don't think the handheld candle can put on fire.
The lag.
The lag. True. What's this?
No, I don't think so.
What's this? Oh, grab. I can grab this? Arrow. Ah! I went for it! No! Spare me.
They found our friend.
Oh my god. What are you doing here?
Get him.
No!
Uh-oh.
Not me, please!
Arrow.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent, man!
Oh, the
The
candle
fuck
burned
is
out.
this? What is this?
Oh. Arrow. Arrow. Yeah.
Can I hurt it with the chair? I
Probably
can't
not,
tell if
no.
I'm lagging or if everyone is. I think it might be just you, Zara, because I think I'm okay.
Where's Zoro?
Zoro is like lagging so much.
Oh.
So yeah. I'm like, can the candle be replaced by another candle? Like this candle
no.
holder?
Oh, I don't know. I think you probably just need to find a new one. I don't know.
Okay. I dropped it. But I'm dead. Oh no. My body might be nearby.
Where was it? It doesn't matter too much.
Ah. Ow! What the fuck is a warping boost?
What?
What is a warping boost? Where do I get warped? Blood rose. This is my rose. Oh my goodness. Can I get it? Yay! Hold F. I have one air. Oh. Oh. What is this? Oh, another coal. Can I open the other stuff? I can open it. Oh, nice. Bruh. What is this motherfucking thing? The Zanenberger arrow. Hey, bro. Oh, I can hide here? I can hide. Oh my god. My problem with this game is way too easy. Alright, and I might be good at this game later. She's another part of the map. Oh, okay. I see. This is my Omoko. Owie. So, what is the... If I use arrow... What is the 90 below? Like, there's 60 is obviously my HP. Is 90, then the orange one is my MP. Oh, so hi Diana, welcome. Hello. Playing Yapyap. Ah! What is this? 90 is your stamina. Oh, okay, for running, I see. What does this do? I could use it? Use it for what? I don't know what this is. It doesn't say anything. Oh, what? Okay. Arrow. Whee! So this one already came here. Okay. And is there fall damage? Up dog. Ow. That was so late. What? Okay. What about here? Oh my god. Oh, this is where I came from, I guess. I see. Where is everyone?
Can't collude.
Try going up those stairs. One might have dropped there. Which stairs? From where I came from? This one? Past this guard or past the guard from the up one above? The upstairs one. Okay. I got you. I'll just do a spell to go up, I guess. This one? Oh, one more. This one? Up dog. Make me go up there, bruh. Stairs in the left. Stinky me. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it. I didn't know. Yes, I can see chat. Oh, where are they? What's this? Glowing mushroom. What's it? Huh? Oh, I can put it on stash. Oh. A gem! I don't know what this is though. Can I just throw this? Drop. And then I get the gem. Nice! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! What is this? What the fuck? What? What? What the? No! What? Get in the circle? What? Where is the circle? Is it here? Oh no. I didn't escape. Did
I'm
I
dead.
escape? I
No.
don't know.
It was below.
It was
well,
below. Oh, I didn't know.
It was. I didn't want to start extraction, but then the moment it hit 0, I started extraction.
Oh, there was a timer. I didn't know.
Yeah, there's a timer.
Oh, I lost my wand.
So, can I have that?
Oh, this is the
You can
free.
find your one on the branch, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these
Zoro,
these
can
are
I
free.
have
Don't
that?
worry about these.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Okay.
And in return, I give you Frank. Was his name Frank?
We.
One of them was. I think that's
Who's
Frank.
No, wait, that's not Frank.
Ding ding.
Let's go again.
Ow!
It was
Here's
supposed to hit 0. Was supposed to hit
Arrow.
0. Ow!
Arrow. How dare you abuse your own wife?
Ow! Ow! It was meant to hit Zaro, Nani. I'm sorry. Zaro, come here. I will hit you, motherfucker. Ow! 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 Stop clapping on me. Oh, what is this? A
Okay.
loot?
Yes.
Can you stay still real quick? I want to see if this works. Mercy.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm gonna be able to person it with you now. Mercy. Come here. Ah.
I want to play Overwatch.
Wait, why am I white? Why am I white?
You're not white.
What?
Your models fall back to the base colors of the original model.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. You saw nothing, okay? You saw nothing. You saw nothing! You saw nothing. It wasn't supposed to be like that.
You guys ready to go now? Or what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
No? You're not ready to go?
What are-
I don't
what are you
have
doing?
any. I'm leaking. No, no leaking. Please, it's not supposed to
got no
out.
I'm eating a
Onions.
strawberry right now.
Mm.
I actually got these strawberries from like the local grocery store for 99 cents for the box.
Ooh. That's good.
Mercy.
Oh. Oh, Randy Fast. Me just doing my vocal stuff. Ruby Tower. Oh my god! Zaro! Now
Era.
I remember! We haven't watched Oshinoko! We should watch Oshinoko.
Oh yay.
We should. Are you updated already or no? How many episodes are you lacking?
2.
No.
2? Okay. I might also have 2. I haven't been watching anime for the past few stuff already. What the fuck was that? Ah! No! Why? Oh. Oh, you could. Oh, what the fuck is that? No.
Jesus.
Hell yeah. I like that. I like that shit, bro. I like that shit, bro. That shit worked away. Arrow. Arrow, that shit. Oh, there's nothing there. Can I arrow? Arrow. What? That's the extent it could go? Arrow. The fuck? What? Burn. There you go, burn. There we go. Nothing came out of that? Okay. Burn. Where am I? Oh, there's an enemy. Hello.
Hello.
A frog. There's a frog here. What?
There's a man there too.
I didn't know. No gay. Help.
Yes. What do you want me to do?
I
I don't got nothing. I just got hands.
Compass.
I don't even got a stick.
Grab. And then yes. Arrow.
Hello.
Dog.
What is that? E to take off. Arrow.
Picture.
Arrow.
Let's do that.
Probably
Oh, we
light it
can
on fire.
burn that shit.
Mhm.
Look, I will burn that shit. Ah, no, don't hit me, please. I'm innocent.
I'm sorry, he hits women.
Ah! Fuck you. Ah! What am I playing? No!
Hey, Zara.
No! Ah!
Custodia.
I'm almost dead. Help! Oh no, it's going for me.
Tempest.
Is it going for me? Oh no.
Up, dog.
Ah!
Dog.
Hey, bro. Ah! It's going good for me. What is this? Take off. Nice. Then I could burn it with this. Burn that shit, bruh. Hey, bro. What is this? Arrow. Nothing. There's nothing there. What the fuck is this? Ah, okay. I didn't mean to! J-Rise! Oh my god, hi! Ah, no! I'm innocent! I'm innocent! I can't go in there? How do I go in there? Oh, I wanna go in there, huh? Can I go on top of here? I'm innocent, please. Oh, I could go on this other door?
Okay.
How do I go
dog.
in there?
Up dog.
Ah! Ow, I died. I died. I died.
No. Was it locked? Not you died. What the fuck? How'd you die?
Up dog. Dog, 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 dog. If you bring me her corpse, I can heal her.
Mm.
Can we give one of the wands to Noke? Because Noke doesn't have a wand.
Now I can piss.
Where's her corpse? I'll go revive her. Okay, heading out.
Yuki, back here. Yuki. Piss yuck.
I'm gonna suck this man.
Ah. Rip and piss.
Corpus anima. Oh, Vita.
Piss yuck.
Anima. Vita. Anima. Vita. Anima.
Oh my god. Oh my
Piss
god.
yuck.
Anima. Vita.
I'm
There she is.
alive. I'm
Welcome back.
alive.
Got you.
You can make it stronger by screaming, okay?
Yeah, I don't feel like screaming.
Go eee!
But I don't have wand.
Dub piss yuck.
Go find your wand. It should be where you die.
Piss.
Nah. Why y'all pissing? Yeah, that died. That dude killed me. Can't find my wand though. Might have fallen or something. Oh, there it is. Found it. Found my wand.
Love Vita.
Arrow. Arrow. What is this? This is so heavily. Digit heavy arrow.
Try the fish thing.
A gem!
Fish yuck.
I take that. I take that shit. I'm rich.
Throw him away.
I'm rich.
Come out of here.
Throw him away.
There he is. He's out of here.
Fish yuck.
Who's that? Oh no! What the fuck? No! Stop pumping on me. Ade. Oh my goodness. Ade. Why are you making me your? How do I?
Fishy. Dude, fishy. Go, fishy, go.
Me? Fizzy?
Fishy.
What?
Go, fishy, go.
I'm fizzy? I'm not fizzy
Fishy.
anymore.
Oh, we should
I'm
find
not
the
fishy
exit before.
anymore.
Oh, it's we can find it upstairs actually. We just gotta go through one of the portals.
I'm gonna piss.
Custodia.
Oh my god. What the fuck was that?
I'm pissing.
Can I go with you?
Sure. Just don't like knock yourself out or anything. I'm
we-
just trying to go find the extraction.
Did we even warp somewhere? I don't think we warped
No,
somewhere.
we just warped to the other side.
Oh, okay. I go with you. Yeah, it's the same, I guess.
Yeah, okay, thanks for making me schizophrenia game.
Mystery
I know.
egg?
Okay, let's
What's
go
a
this way.
mystery egg? Ooh. Fresh water pearl. A water pearl? The Man, there's nothing in there. This is arrow. Nothing. A dog? A dog. Wee! I can't go up more than that. It's crazy. Oh my god. Oh, here. Okay, okay, got it. Oh, it goes from the same thing. Nothing in there. Out here. No. A dog. Wee. Yeah, it's the same. Oh, so I gotta pee. Ah! I forgot that was a monster. Ow, 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 ow,
Oh,
ow, ow. How dare you?
Bishop.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Zaro.
I tried the
Oh,
fish
no.
that did not want to be fished.
Damn, Zaro do be zooming.
Do you know where Yuki is? We have to leave soon.
I don't know where she went.
Let's try
I
this
was
other
with her a
teleporter.
while ago, but then she gone.
Where's Zoro at?
Yuga! Yuga lele.
Yuki?
Arrow. Oh, hell yeah. The fuck? The fuck? Arrow. Noise. What? The fuck is that? Yes?
Come over here.
Okay.
We're
I'm that
leaving.
lost. I'm that lost kid in the
Piss you up.
supermarket. No, no pissing at me.
Ah!
It's so warm. Ew.
Not you.
What? Ew.
Igneous stun.
Arrow.
Ah! Oh my god.
Lux Vita.
Yeah, I'm alive this time. I'm alive this time.
Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Yippee. The what?
Son of a bitch.
Yay. Final night.
Who died?
Me. I think.
Hey,
Yeah, it was me.
How do I sell the stuff with me? How do I sell it?
I lost my
Okay.
igneous
Oh.
Pushed
one.
her out of the teleport.
Exchange.
My igneous one.
aww.
That's why I said don't do that, and you still did it anyway.
Did we lose the Blessed and Ignis?
What is this?
Yeah, we lost the
Sneeze
blessed.
on monsters.
Probably just
He's on
another Blessed.
monsters.
Just kidding. I had the bless.
Who's gonna buy a wand?
Okay.
I only have the healing one, so is it okay if I get a one? Or do we get one for tea?
I have
Telekinesis one
52.
sounds like it'd be funny.
Go for it.
Sneeze,
Lift
piss.
what weighs heavy.
Hey, Chi, guess what?
Yes?
Chi. I think
Yeah?
you muted. Oh,
What?
no, you're not.
No?
Guess what, Chi?
What?
Telelock.
What the?
Piss yuck.
What? I can't move. No. No. No, guys.
This is heinous.
No. Why? It's so warm.
Teleblast.
It's so warm.
It's so warm.
Teleblast.
I'm doing a warm
Ow.
shower.
Fish yuck.
A warm shower.
Fish,
What's
what are you gonna do, huh?
what does the wand of illusion
You better
do?
hop away.
Is it a good one? Bruh,
It's
that's
like monkey time.
Why am I small? Why am I small? Why small?
Teleblast.
Ah! Owie. Oh, I'm back.
I need something to sell.
No.
Can I sell the frog?
Sell. You can sell
my
Noke.
candle.
Noke is a panda. He's probably worth a decent amount of
Who
money.
still has items?
I have a candle.
I don't have any items. I sold them already. Should have gotten more. I
no
got
longer
one
have a
gem for
candle.
20 coins.
Can I sell this gnome?
Sell it.
No. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Can I
no,
sell
no,
it
gnome
here?
is worthless.
We need one more to swap the store.
Doesn't it? Why would we want to swap it? We have no money.
Will it hurt me if I keep on hitting it?
Better for when we come back. I think.
It doesn't.
What?
Or does it?
Can you
Does it
stand?
only?
Can you stand on the campfire?
No.
Please.
Will it
Okay.
hurt me if I keep on hitting it?
Telelock.
Ah, piss yuck.
Bro, I
I saved myself.
Telefloat.
Oh, restock. Wand of fire. Wand of telekinesis. Oh, ow!
Gotta make up a move for it.
Where'd you get the money?
I had gems.
Oh, I see.
Ah.
Float Nula.
Owie, owie.
Float
That's
Nula.
fun.
Who's that floating guy? Oh.
I think that's from. Yeah, that's not from mine. I think that's yours.
It's a light
Yes.
source.
It's just a lamp.
Can I sell the gnome?
Ooh, Float Nula.
I'm a gnome. I'm an owie.
Bonk.
Oh my god.
Telelock.
I'm an owie. I'm an owie.
Telelock.
Owie. Wait, oh, I forgot to set the thing on Tekatoku. Wait. I did this and then...
Found stuff to sell.
Achoo. Achoo.
Ah! Eh! No! Stop!
The
Now I'm
piss yuck.
stinky! Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, you're stinky now too. Oh my god. That's one big snot.
That's a booger.
Wait, can I piss? I gotta piss.
Not
I keep
yet.
on saying I'm gonna piss, but yeah. I keep on
I'm the
pushing it.
pisser here.
I gotta pee.
I do the pissing.
No.
Piss yuck.
Okay, I'm gonna piss real
Ow.
quick. Like, give me
I'm
just
still
1 minute.
pissing. I'm still
1
pissing.
minute. 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'ma pee. Baby.
Oh my god.
Tell lock.
That's you.
Ow! Hey, what's up with the pan?
Ow. Ow.
So why are we selling stuff again?
I don't know. Let's just go. We're not gonna buy anything significant anyways.
Nothing
Wait
left
for
to
that
sell.
Wait for Chi.
Oh. Where'd she go?
Right there, she's in the bathroom.
Oh, that's what she meant.
Fuck, my shit hurt.
That's right.
Arrow.
Arrow.
Towel lock.
Arrow.
Towel lock.
Why? Why are you fucking like this? What's wrong with you?
I'm getting...
I always expect it.
One day I'm gonna be so nice to you, and then I'm gonna like teleblast.
On a
Yeah.
Portana.
Piss you up.
I'm gonna be so nice to you one day, and then the next day I'm gonna be backtrolling you.
Yeah, I believe
On a
that.
teleport. Fuck. Yuki. How do I teleport down?
You say it backwards.
back. I'm back. Where am I? What?
I don't know if you
Where
can hear
are
me.
we? I hear you. Hey, bro. The fuck is this? Why is there a broom in here? I can clean stuff with it? I can clean stuff with it? Oh, it broke. God damn. Hey, bro. I think it's too dark. I don't know. I'm having issues with the...
On a teleport.
And okay, let's put it at 25. Candle holder. Nice. I'm taking it. This whip. Okay, nice.
On a float.
Oh, there's a door here.
Where I couldn't leave.
Where does it go? Aha! I found a secret area. Where am I? Arrow. Oh, nice. Any valuables from that? None? I can put that in stash. I grab at that shit. So when I run out of lights, I get it. Arrow! Arrow! Nothing valuable from that? Damn. I got damn. How do I go back up though? Can I just... Oh, E. Ah, okay. Got it. Arrow. Okay, go up. Hello. Anyone in here? Hello? The hello ring. Oh, I can open this shit. Can I open this shit? Oh my god, that's like high. Oh my god, that's crazy. I could die from that shit, man. am I? And I'm so stupid. Oh, no, okay. I didn't know you're there.
Boo.
Ah! Arrow. Ah! What the fuck?
Dragon bone.
Arrow. How can I burn this shit? Okay. Come here. Yeah, arrow. Can't open this? Ow! No! Why? The why? Let go of me. Oh my god, I'm so small. I'm a small.
Oh.
I'm a small. Arrow.
Why do I hear small?
I'm a small.
Survival chamber.
Ah! What the fuck?
If someone
What
wants
the
to
fuck?
remember, because I will forget. Oops.
Can I burn them books?
Probably.
Burn. Burn. It's not letting me burn them. Burn. It's not burning. Eh, eh.
Sneezing.
Okay, now it burned. Burn. 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 Nice. A
You are
dog.
dead? What happened to you?
What happened? Oh no, the wands. Oh no, tonight is crazy scary. Nice bird. What's a dragon bone? Okay. I hold dragon bone. I hope it's expensive. I need the money money. What does a dragon bone do? I press. Oh, that's some Harry Potter shit. God damn. Damn, this is some Harry Potter shit, man. Coal. I don't need coal. Anything useful from here? The goblins took everything? Oh no. Now that's sadness. Gem! A blood rose. Okay, I'm taking that shit. Might be expensive, you know. Okay, I'm done looting here. I go down. Go the other way.
I'll get you
I
to the
press.
survival chamber. I'll shut up, I guess.
What happened?
She's fucking dead.
Uh-oh.
So,
The fuck is this? Arrow. Oh, that's
Pardon me.
broken already. What is this? Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Look this way. What's this way?
Arrow. No, dog. Ow, ow. My legs. My legs died. Dog. Up, dog. Are we? No, I guess that's not it. Where does this go? Oh my god, that's some scary shit, man. Arrow. Okay, as long as that's not a real monster, I'm good, I guess. Uh. Okay. I burn. Hell yeah. Ooh. A dog. Oh, there's nothing here. Then you burn. If not, then you burn. Burn. Keep on burning. Arrow. What is this?
At the exit.
Ow.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
So city's at
Arrow.
the exit. What is that?
Yeah, the exit is not far from here.
Zaro.
Orb.
Is this a wand? Is that a wand? That is a wand. What's a grotesque?
Then take the wand. It's the piss wand.
Oh, that's the piss one. Okay, okay. I'm taking the piss one. Yay! What does this do? Oh, does this take us home? I see.
Not come here. Nachi. Nachi.
But yes,
Come here.
achoo.
Bless you.
Piss yuck. I
Piss
pee
yuck.
on you. I pee on you.
Touch the strings.
I feel you blessing with a piss.
Pissin'. Blessed piss.
Be piss.
Piss you up.
Be pissed.
Piss you up.
Be
Piss
pissed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Arrow. And that is a lot of stuff. Oh, I can sneeze on monsters. Oh my goodness. The arrow. Oh god damn. Arrow. Arrow. Fuck. Piss yuck. What? Oh, I wasn't holding it. Fuck. Piss yuck. Arrow. 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 Fuck. Arrow. Arrow. Can I break this shit? Can I break this shit, man? Can? Come here. I'll break the shit out of you, bro. Oh, are you shitting me? Oh no,
Hachi.
Zaro died.
Grab these stuff.
What?
Grab the stuff at the door. Get the fuck out of here
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Come on, Chi. Chi, come on.
I'm running!
Get in.
I'm in!
Being dead.
Dude, where the fuck were you,
Nice.
Chi?
I was I was bringing chaos.
Yeah, the chaos
Not
ended up killing
distracted.
2 of
Yeah.
our people.
Yeah. There was a night we went back to look for you. I know where the fuck you were.
Oh my god, what is
And
this?
then because we were looking for you, we were trying to get rid of the knight, and the knight fucking killed both of them.
I didn't know.
Grab Anna.
Are we gonna fight him?
Ow! Grab Anna. Grab Anna. Oh.
New required
damn it,
quota.
We did it.
Basement key obtained.
Any updates
The
on the papaya?
basement.
Let's sell the items first.
Where the papaya? Oh yeah, where the papaya?
Frog.
He said he'll be available around 8 or 8:30
Okay, you're
EST, which is in probably an hour. Or less. Suck. Who the suck? Hi, Kazumi. Hydrate, okay. I got you. Kirkland, Citrus, Purified, Walter. A using code and demo. I sell these. Oh, it's only
What about
two?
the items?
No, I didn't have any inventory space.
I don't want to sell the wine.
We have access to the basement now, so we can sell some ingredients that it comes with. if
Wait,
you
I
want.
sent some back.
True. I do want to. Hey guys,
What?
can I buy the blessed one?
I don't know. I feel like we should. What does the astral wand do? I don't know.
It's kind of like the arcane one, except it's more about like timing. So you.
What does this do? Oh, it's to. Oh, okay. Ponder orbs to add friends in the game. Let this orb to use this orb to teleport to a rival wizard's tower. Use your spells. Smash them. Tower is an orb. Bring you home for sunrise. Meet your quota by night 3 or be banished. Ah!
Wee wee.
Wee. Oh my god. What is this? What does this do? You can cook things with this? Check quota early. The fuck is that?
Ow. So you can just skip to the quota judgment.
Ah, I see.
You have a few days to get chaos.
Hey, as mentioned. What the fuck? There's a portal below. What this is? Stamina boost potion. Empty bottle.
Hachi.
There's gold below. There's gold here. What can this do? Oh, okay. Do we leave the coins here or do we take this? Stamina boost potion. The fuck is this? Oh, it's a soup. A soup.
Are you just
no.
putting random things in there, Chi?
Oh, you just put random things in there?
No. I'm asking, are you putting random things in there?
Nothing. I don't know what to do with that, so I'm like, what?
If you want to make a certain potion, you look in this potion thing and it'll tell you what you need.
Oh. Yes? Stamina boost, cooldown reduction. Flight potion, invisibility potion. Zippy potion. Floatsy potion. Revive potion. Oh, the revival sounds good. I could create those with some. Yeah. Is that a gem? A nerdy potion. What does the nerdy potion do? Oh, there's a phoenix feather here.
Nachi,
Yes. Yes. What is this? Wow. What does it do? Astral eyes.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Holy,
lizard.
holy, what the fuck? Holy, what? What the fuck? A lizard, she put a spoon in it. I didn't know. Also, hi, beef. Hi, beef. Also, I hydrated. Sorry, I
it
forgot
has
to
secret
hydrate.
spells upstairs.
Secret spells upstairs? What? Where? Where? Swap. Where?
I
Where?
talked about it to you tomorrow.
Where did? Ow!
So.
Oh, we
Swap.
can talk today if you want.
Swap. Oh, study grimoire. Oh, okay. Astral. Nice. Okay. Offer trade. What? I don't get it. So the one that I have right now.
You can swap to items or entities that aren't you.
Can offer, you can trade with this wand. Is it? Does it? Oh, this one is the pissing one. The other is... What is...
Look at something, then say offer. Then look at another item and say trade.
Can I offer you? Trade.
Yeah, but need
that's
something
so
else nearby.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I could teleport you or something. That's cool. Okay, let me check the other stuff. What's Lux Anna? Teleport Anna. Anna teleport. Anna portele. Damn. Oh, that's the teleport one, I guess.
The wand you're holding in your normal hand will open its page.
Oh, okay. No, Nala. What's mercy? Grimmer, occult, and is knowledge. Bring a wand. Oh, okay. So if I use this. Oh, okay. Get it. Pisiok. I pee on you. Get peed. Get peed.
You can do double streams.
What, really? Pisiok? Pisiok?
Oh, by the way, do you want to piss
Does
twice?
it-
Do dub piss
Check
yuck.
the book.
I know. The piss yuck. It's not like
Ew,
pissing
Gravana.
twice. It's like
Ah,
it splits in a
dub
different
piss.
direction, and I hate
Grab
it.
on her.
Oh my god, I have 2 PPs. Hell yeah.
You don't have 2 peepees. You only have
It's-
one, and it's not
It's
the
one
best
hole,
size.
and it splits into 2 streams, and it's awful.
I like it though.
Happens all the time, and I hate it.
Quote number.
Grab on her.
Ba.
Oh. Grab on her.
Awa.
Oh, I was gonna kidnap B, but okay. I guess you don't want to get kidnapped.
Oh, I guess you don't want to get kidnapped. Oh, darn.
Oh, man.
Grab
on her.
man.
Grab
What
on her.
is this? Oh, a flute. Can I play it, the flute? Or the flute? Flute.
Yes?
There's a flute.
Hey, yo, monkey. Papaya wants to join.
Ah, Papaya, join NVC. I'll
Yeah.
drag you.
Can he?
Can you
You
invite
can
him,
join
please?
off
No
of
K. Hey. No K.
Oh, yeah.
No, can he have more than 4
No
people?
K.
Awa.
Wait, what?
How many can you? Oh, you can
Papaya.
have 6. Okay.
Oh, wait. Do you want me
Oh,
to see if
yeah.
I can invite him?
It's friendly. I thought
Papaya.
this game was only 4 people.
Join NVC. I'll drag you.
I don't think I have them friended, right?
I have Papaya on my end though.
Probably not.
He can't.
No. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Papaya, join
No, Kate, did
NVC.
you play with us?
Okay, there we go. Papaya.
No, it was with fire.
Yeah, it's fine. No K. On the floor. I gave you
Huh?
a potion.
Where? Oh.
We have the papaya now. We have the papaya.
But no, Papaya did not join us last time.
Papaya unmute.
Papaya.
Papaya.
Young monkey boy. Go
Papaya
ahead,
speak.
go ahead, no K. His name on Steam is no K. Just search up no K, you'll find him.
No, it's my Steam's linked to
dog.
my Discord. You could just.
It's
click
not
on
letting me
Discord.
join.
Yeah.
You need to add no K added.
Ow.
What is no
Yeah.
K?
Hi,
Nope.
it's me. Click on my Discord.
That's
no
profile,
K.
and then you
Oh.
just click there.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What is no K?
Don't invite me, Nashi. I'm here.
Mwah. 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 Mwah.
No.
Quote number.
Oh.
Just- Yeah.
Oh, for a moment I thought Zoro was gonna come and smack you with something. Cause I was kissing you. I thought Zoro was gonna come smack you with something.
Bro. How dare you? Ow! How dare you hit the
You hit all
bubbles?
of us.
That's
Well, I didn't know you
crazy. That's crazy. Offer.
Now he's just abusing you.
Trade. Offer.
You here? Okay, I'm here.
Offer.
Hello.
Bah. Hello. Greetings.
Cook him!
Cook.
Fish up.
Lock him in there! Cook him!
Fish up.
Trade. Oh
Let
my
me-
god,
leave
my
me alone.
ears. Holy, what the fuck? That was so
Arrow.
fucking high. Oh my god. Ah!
You're having too much fun dying. I don't like this.
Oh, shit.
Papaya.
Not me.
Arrow.
Zoro.
Don't piss
You want
Up, down.
Zoro!
Don't piss yuck.
Zoro!
Yuck.
Zoro.
Pissyuk.
No pissing.
Zoro.
Hey,
No
hey, stop calling my
Achoo.
husband, alright?
Achoo.
I'm going in the portal, Zoro.
Achoo. 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 The Pissyuk. The Pissyuk. The Pissyuk. Oh my god, it do be exploding. God damn. The Pissyuk. Pissyuk. Oh my god. Fishyuk. Oh, I see, I see.
Then okay. Ow.
The low Zeta K. Wow.
Piss you up.
Oh, and our creation came to life, and now he's pissing on everyone.
He can't get out.
Chi, you have somebody in the. Go back in the brewing potion. You have someone. You have someone in the brewing potion for you. Can you pick him up?
Pissyuk.
Piss you up.
Oh, she's just gonna piss on him. Okay.
Pissyuk.
This is your food, by the way. This is your soup.
The Pissyuk.
Do you want
So
to piss in it?
It needs to be
that's up
salty. Not salty
That's
enough.
Salt. That's enough salt.
That's enough. That's enough salt.
You're too much salt. Too much sodium. Too much sodium.
Ew, what's happening? Ooh. Ah!
Oh, it turned into piss flavor.
Piss.
That because you piss in it. Oh my
Oh, this is pretty dark piss. I don't think your piss should be looking like this.
Nachi, you need to drink some more water, bro.
Wait,
I
nasty
need
potion?
water. Oh god damn.
Oh,
Hi,
by the way, they piss in the
Chloe.
water so much that it's actually piss.
Chole. Is that
Want to drink this
Chole?
nasty potion? Piss potion?
Halloween, Chloe.
It's a piss
Halloween,
potion.
Chloe.
Drink the piss.
Chi, you can't call Choli Choli. Only I can call Choli Choli.
That's
How
true.
do I? What do I call her now?
Chi,
Mommy.
you can't call her Choli.
Mommy.
Choli is my neighbor. Don't call her that. I'm dying. I'm killing myself. I'm killing myself. I'm killing myself. I'm killing myself. Don't leave me in here.
Piss you up.
Get me out of here. I don't want to be here no more. I hate you.
Piss you up.
Double
Papaya
pissyuk.
Yeah.
Double
Pissyuk.
pissyuk. Double pissyuk. Oh my god, I'm spinning.
I'm trying to buy you a won't stop running around.
But they're the one who.
I don't have
Ow.
the fish pin.
But yeah, no.
I don't have the
Chi-Chi,
fish pin.
I trademarked the name Chole. Only I can call her
Okay.
Chole because I called
That's
her Chole
true.
the first time. I
Okay.
You'll be
trademarked
publicly
it.
executed.
Okay. Where does this go? Oh, it goes back. Oh, I see.
It's the shrink
I
one.
see. Piss on monsters. Burn books. And escape from a gargoyle. I
I'm just gonna sit in the exit for a second.
How
But
do you
can
escape
teleport
from a
whenever. I just
gargoyle,
gotta do
though?
something real quick.
Hour. Soup time? Is it soup time, no
If
guy?
he sees you, he kind of picks you up and throws you out, like off the staircase. Chi-Chi.
You need someone to save you.
Yeah.
Up.
I mean, I could save you with Custodia, but there's a high chance you'll fucking get deleted right afterwards.
Owie.
Okay, wait, before we start, my ears
Oh,
actually
what?
burning.
Okay.
This morning, like after I got my like 2 hours of sleep in, my
A chip.
Ow.
my left ear actually fully shut down. Like it was
Oh
like
no.
it felt like something was clogging my ear, and I actually could not hear anything at all. Like normally, the reason why I say I have to is because I could still hear out of my left ear.
What ones do you got,
But like, only,
papaya?
like faintly, like I can only hear like little
Doctor
tiny
Time.
mumbles.
Shrink.
I did
Shrink
go
on.
to. I did go to. I did want to go to the doctor, but my
The
my
piece
roommate
of-
Answer your
won't
question.
take me.
Stop!
And then when I came home, I said,
Stop
"Okay."
Stop pissing.
But yeah, no, my
Achoo.
ear was like I was just
Achoo.
completely deaf. Like, completely deaf for like over 40 minutes. I was completely deaf
Fish
in my
yuck.
like left ear.
And I got worried.
Like, hopefully you don't have to go to the doctor just about
I think I should because I do need hearing
Fish
aids,
yuck.
but the doctor refuses to give me one. I forget refuses to give me one.
Oh.
Ow! Ow!
Haha.
Achoo!
I did trademark Trolley.
Trolley is
Achoo!
my name for you. I trademarked it.
Achoo!
But no,
Achoo.
but yeah, no, I really did go deaf in my like left ear for like 40 minutes, and I got really worried, and I wanted to go to the doctor. But it's a lot more better now. It went back to being normal where I can
Trademarking.
faintly hear stuff, but it's still bad. If it happens again, then I think I actually should go visit the doctors.
I think you should. I think you should.
Chloe, do you
They
want me to
actually do
call
need
you?
hearing aids, it's just that. It's
Can
just-
I-
It says I.
Chloe,
really
can
do
I
need
call
hearing
you
aids, but
mommy?
the doctor refused to call me. Zara, go kill Chief.
No!
Zara.
No! I can call you whatever? Okay.
Run away! Run away!
Can call you mommy.
You can call her whatever you want, just not Choli.
Okay, I can call her mommy. That means I can call her mommy. Hell yeah.
As long as it's not
Brain
Choli, then I don't
rot.
care.
Brain rot mommy.
Oh
Brain
no.
rot mommy
The-
is crazy.
Okay, I was just talking about how I actually went fully deaf in my left ear.
Yeah.
Oh, this is on you.
No, like for
Get
like,
that checked out.
for 40 full yeah. But it went away after like 40 minutes, but it's still like really annoying because the doctor clearly knows I need hearing aids, but
Sure.
they refuse to give me it because they're saying that they don't know what type of deaf I am.
Fuck you.
Well, that's their job to find out, isn't it?
But
Fuck
yeah,
you,
it's bad.
Zoro. Fuck you. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you. Fuck you. You can't get it. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck
Grab
you. Tempest.
Okay. Go break up the coral, Papaya. That's your husband.
Fishhook.
Go break the what? The what? The
T,
what's my?
I love you, but don't piss on me.
No, I'm pissing on Zoro.
Piss,
Piss up.
piss.
And at you.
You're different.
Achoo.
Grab Anna.
At you.
I don't like
At
that.
you. Piss yuck.
Shrink on,
Piss yuck. When are you gonna join us in VR? Oh, if I have a VR type shit model, I guess. I don't know.
You don't need to have a VR headset to join us, girl.
Okay,
Yeah, you
I'll
don't need a VR
download
headset
it.
to join us.
I'll download it.
Hey, Papaya. Say stay over.
Sorry.
No,
Grab
no,
Anna.
no, 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 no! I knew it!
What happened?
I knew
We
you were
just
gonna
got
do
here.
that
We
shit.
just
Grab
got here.
Anna.
Ah! Oh my
Up
god,
dog.
I fell down! Oh my god!
Up dog.
Oh my god!
Up, dog, 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 dog. Shit.
Zara.
Piss yuck. Ah!
Got here.
Piss yuck.
Piss!
Grab Anna.
Get pissed!
I don't like the way I made
Arrow.
it sound.
I'm
I do
done.
not like the way I made that sound.
Arrow.
Shrink on,
Up
Arrow.
dog.
Ow, my legs.
float
Up
up to it.
dog.
You may not have, but it was a nice
dog.
sound.
Up
Thanks,
dog.
man. I think I should have brought the wind one so that I could do some extra damage.
Hey, bro.
Ass.
Yee.
Mystery egg. What does that do? What is this?
Dog.
What does the potion do?
Grab Anna.
Arrow.
Depends on the potion. Grab Anna.
Fairy wing. Ah, no! No! Bro, hold on, chill, bro, chill, bro, chill, bro. No, I was checking something. No, fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you.
Zara, is that a mystery egg? Did you give birth to
A
an
dog.
egg that I didn't know about?
We a dog. Fuck.
You stored it.
I didn't steal it. I don't have it.
What does that do?
Okay, let's go down there.
A dog. Fuck. It's in the cooldown. A dog.
Grab on her.
There we go.
Do you know? Oh, by the way, when you guys find a big statue, could you guys let me know so then I could drag it down and get more points?
Okay. 10 bits.
Papaya, do you want to join me on the side over here?
Where are you? I'm down. I fell.
Does anyone want to join me exploring the side or nah?
I'm underground. Whee!
What are you doing there, Noke?
Oh shit. Hey, I need
I'm
someone
just
to
looking
piss
at
in
stuff.
the jar.
There's a pretty fire.
Hello?
Piss you up.
Ah, parece que estamos entrando no modo brasileiro
Not
aqui.
anymore.
Hey guys.
Muito bom mesmo.
Guys.
Sempre que tem essa vibe
I
de
need someone to
alegria e
piss.
diversão.
Ah,
Espero
piss?
que
Oh, I love
você
pissing.
esteja curtindo
Oh,
o
my
stream
jar.
e esse papo cheio de energia.
I'm sorry.
Energia. I'm struggling in Brazilian. My AI is struggling in saying Brazilian words. That's crazy. 10 gold. Oh, thank you for the gold, I guess.
Can you piss
The
in
fuck is this? This is a new meow. A dog. Ah.
Arrow.
Where does this go? We go down, I guess. This is on you, meow. A sock. Arrow.
Arrow.
Wah! This is on you.
Buddy.
Fish up.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Fish yak!
Ah shit. Up dog. Dog.
Hi, Rhythm! Oh my god, oh, I'm a Chiboy. I didn't know this. I'm a Chiboy. Hello. I'm a Chiboy. Hello. Hello. The hello. I'm Chiboy. I'm a Chiboy. Hello. Big head. Oh my god. Because I'm Chiboy. Hi, Rhythm! Hello! It's been so long. When are we gonna play? Fate Trigger been like, you know, been some time. We got a Fate Trigger back. We gotta do some Fate Triggering, you know. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's Yuki. Where am I going?
Shrink on her. Oh, didn't
Oh.
Okay, shrink on her.
Wow!
Are you
No
winning?
fucking way.
Yeah, I'll try and fish you. You guys run away.
Oh my god! The piss yuck.
Piss you up.
Why don't you turn him into a fish instead of pissing on him?
No, I'm pissing
Because it's
on
funny.
it.
Wait, we're not getting credit for the pissing thing.
Oh.
Piss you up.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm not getting credit for
Fish
the
you up.
contract for pissing on him.
It's
Piss you up.
you need to piss on a slime.
Do I
Achoo.
need to? It says piss on monsters.
Piss.
Is he not a monster?
Yuck.
He is a monster, but not
Piss yuck.
monster.
Achoo.
Piss yuck.
Piss yuck. Piss yuck.
Can you guys just bring turn him into a
Piss
fish
yuck.
so that we can get rid of him?
Sure.
Achoo.
Piss yuck.
Piss yuck.
Can you stop pissing?
Ah!
Hang on.
You killed him instead.
Wait,
he's fucking
killed
dead.
him? What?
Yeah.
With the achoo?
Either way works.
What? Ow!
Bless you. Yeah, the exploding is not hurts.
Oh. Damn, you can kill people with snot and piss. Wow. I'm big proud, you know. Big proud. Like big. This is on you, meow. I think it's closed now. Wait, really? I didn't know. Wait, why? I haven't rolled for Nase. God damn. Can I burn it in this candle? It doesn't burn in the candle? Anyone dead? No. Not me.
Arrow.
Summoning other auntie. Ooh, hello auntie.
Ah.
Ow, no, I didn't mean to
Ow.
just no. Ah, I don't have anything to burn. Burn. Oh
Ah.
shit! Can I burn it using this
Could've
candle?
done anything. That's weird.
Can I burn anything using this candle? Mom, let me try that shit. Let me try that shit. But it should be out this month if they're telling the truth. Oh, well, it's been like the third beta test, I think. Since when, right? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Meh. Na, 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 na. Oh fuck, it doesn't burn. Fine. Is this a wand holder? Is there a wand inside? No, goddamn. Arrow. What is that? Arrow! God damn. A basilisk heart. Oh, that's a type shit. Arrow. Arrow. There we go. Arrow. Fuck. Tempest. Ow. Whoa. Whoa. That shit crazy, man. Okay. Pieces on you, meow. No, I don't need that. Q1 of 2026. Well, we'll see. I mean, if it does go out, I'm gonna game it. Like, I'm gonna game. I'm gonna go. No. Type shit. Arrow. Arrow. Oh, it doesn't. I have to burn it. Something to burn. Oh my goodness. Isn't this a fancy one? Isn't this a fancy one? Burn. Burn, bish. A burn. A burn. Burn. Burn that shit. Burn. Burn this shit. Burn. Hey, bro. What the fuck? I didn't mean to do that, man. Arrow that shit. This one doesn't burn. This one doesn't burn. am so lost, man. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. There we go. Nothing inside that, I guess. Okay. Where are they? And I'm so stupid. I am so lost. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that's a very high drop. Oh my god, what the fuck is that sound, man? This is scary. Oh, arrow. Arrow. Oh, that's it. That's it. Weeping Willow Amber. Is this is this a valuable or piece yuck? Go away from me. Oh, he died? Did he kill himself? What? The monster killed himself. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Piece yuck. Hey bro. Hey bro. Hey bro. Up dog. Up dog. Hey bro. Oh my goodness. Oh hell yeah. Arrow. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. Arrow. 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 Oh good. Nice arrow. Damn, that is a good one. Okay. Up dog. Wee up dog. Ow! 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 Oh my god. Achoo! Achoo! He's yuck! He's yuck! Oh my goodness, piece yuck on them. Piece yuck! Ow! 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 Piece yuck on that shit, bro! Piece yuck! Achoo! Achoo! Piece yuck! Piece yuck! Ah! I died as well. I died!
I'm coming. Wait for me. There you go.
We might not be able to get Zora.
I'm to lose 2 wands.
He doesn't have a choice.
Wow.
If he doesn't get here within 5, by the way, start the thing when it hits 5 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
Go.
There we go.
It's too late.
Sorry.
I broke my ankles.
How the fuck did you both die? How did all 3 of you guys die? I need an elaboration.
I'm innocent.
I was
I'm
at the
dead.
exit stairs.
I wanted to piss
Yeah,
on
Zora
the
was
monster.
literally running up the exit.
Okay, we'll wait for it next time.
Oh,
I was just worried.
Okay. Okay.
Hi. Thank you.
Zora?
Oh, cute.
I don't have one.
Here's your other one. Here's your other one.
Oh, I mean,
Yay.
no, that wasn't mine.
Ignis time.
Who
Oh,
like
what
it?
is this? I want this. Ow, why am I a potion?
Here's an orb.
Help me. Help. Okay. Can I
Nachi,
get
come
this?
back
I
here.
can tie a knot
Piss
with my
yuck.
tongue.
I want piss
I don't know how that's
wand.
Piss yuck. You want to trade?
Can I have piss wand?
Okay. I'll trade you.
Thank you. Yay.
Mm.
Happy. I'm happy.
Among Us.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Happy with pits. That's crazy.
I'm happy. I'm happy with piss.
Igneous tongue.
Yes.
Piss is on you. Meow. Pro tip: don't use grotesque one for combat. But it,
I
but
can
I like
harmonize with
pissing
that
an
shit.
enemy. I have to burn books and escape from a gargoyle. Still, Oga.
Hey,
Zorro.
okay.
Yeah.
Igneous bone.
Zorro.
This is on you, meow.
Yeah.
I tried killing the monster using the achu and the... Oh my god, I snotted on myself. Tried killing the monster using achu and piss. One of fire and destruction, one are best for killing enemies. Ah, I see. Where is the... I forgot where the real wand is, but yeah, I mean...
Gee.
What does this do? Can I
Gee,
just
not
break
gee.
all this shit? Yes?
I think I'm done for now myself.
Okay. Thank you for the
Yeah.
fun game, no guy. Thank you for
You want?
joining us.
I could give the save to someone and they could continue if you guys wanted to.
Who can? Wait.
I don't know.
I think we can go for Yuki.
Yuki, she was laggy last time. I remember she tried to host
Oh,
it.
she was
I don't
lagging.
know,
Oh
Soro
god.
or whoever.
Probably Zaro better. Or I
Yeah.
need to do that. Zaro better, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let's go up and
Zaro!
Hello. I'm gonna go for now. Zoro, do you want the saves so you can continue playing this? Or do you have your own save slots all full?
Do what?
What you gonna go do, no Kai?
So like I have the save because I'm hosting. I could give you the save and you guys can continue the same save file.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. No.
I don't know if you want to do it or whoever. Yuki could.
Okay.
I don't know. What?
Okay.
Hi.
Might be
Yes.
best for Nachi
Where
too,
you
I
going?
think.
Me? Everyone would be laggy.
You want the
though.
saves, Nachi?
Okay.
Okay, I'll try.
Just, I mean, if I give them to you, can just give them to whoever else.
Also, we
going,
gotta
okay?
drop the ones beforehand, I think.
Yeah.
Floor.
Wait, really? Okay.
Igneous tongue.
Oh wait, no.
So we drop the wands like this, and then we go.
No. You're good. You're good. You're
It
good.
saves
Pick your
per
ones back up.
user.
Ah, okay.
But
So nobody's
no
gonna
Kai,
drop
where
the
you
wand.
going?
I
Where you
rejoined with my
going,
wands
Nakai?
I'm just going.
He just
You're
I
going
just
what?
gotta
going.
go. I'm just going. I'm needed somewhere. I just gotta
You're gonna
go.
go touch pee pee?
The yes.
You know, I do gotta piss. That is one of the things I'll do.
Yeah, he's gonna shit.
Imagine.
Big
It's gonna
shit
teach me a
moment.
spell. The use pit spell. Yeah, right.
Chi.
Yes. How do
I'll
I?
send
How
you
do
on
I?
Discord.
Okay. Discord. A Discord. Okay. I download. And I have it now.
Yeah.
Now where the
extract
fuck
those
do I
that
extract it?
I guess the easiest thing to do.
Extract all to.
I guess the easy thing to do is go to the Windows search.
Oh, I search Yapyap. Oh, yeah.
No. Type
What?
type that into the Windows search and then hit enter.
Oh, okay. And then I hit
And
enter.
then should open a folder. Go up a level, so just back to app data.
Oh, okay.
And then local low, then go to the file path, and you'll find it.
Local, and then local or local low.
Don't put them in there. Like close the game, then put them in there, then open it later.
No, I mean local low or local. Just local.
Local low, the path that I typed in there.
Okay,
earlier.
okay.
Mm.
Okay. It's all good. I have to close the
Yeah.
game. Okay.
Alright, hang on. I mean, the only thing I have is a piss one, so. And it won't even update because I already gave her the save. It'll just basically be the save when we came in, and all I had was the. Well, wait. That's good because all I had when I came in was nothing because I was dead. So okay. Hopefully
Okay.
that works. If it doesn't, I apologize.
Wait, no, I bought a wand.
Well, then you'll be able to buy it again. It should basically
Why do
spawn this
motherfuckers
back.
be acting
I'm
like I
assuming
care
it
they
only
alert?
saves when
These
we load
bitches.
in.
Motherfucker, man.
Ah, okay,
Anyways,
okay.
I
Okay,
go for
thank
now.
you,
I'll be
Snow
available
Gang.
for DMs
Igneous.
if you have any
Okay,
issues.
thank you.
Ta-ta.
Okay. I close the game and then I do the shit, yes. Local low and then that one and then that one. Okay, I got it. And then I extract this shit. And then I browse. And where is it? Okay. No, he didn't mean to do that. Oh, there we go. And then I go there. And then I go there. And then I run there. Select folder. Extract. Should be there now. Does it work? No. This and then I open the game again. Does this work? Bro, please work. I will cry if it doesn't work. Also, hi TikTok people. Hello. Good morning. It was yes. Play. It works. Okay. I open. Does it show on stream though? Okay.
So what are we doing? Are we not?
Are
gonna
you
talk in the
having a
fucking
shot?
Discord chat or something?
Okay. This and then like this, and then I invite to game.
We're waiting.
I invite
Waiting for these nut.
these
Yes, please.
days.
I hate this person.
Invite a game. Is that it? Is that everyone? Did I miss anyone? Halloween. The Halloween. Can I have a piss one, please?
Achoo.
Can I piss one,
It's
please?
Not at my time.
Can I have piss one, please? Can I have piss one, please? What is one of minor arcanes? What the fuck is that?
You want it?
Piss yuck.
Where my grotesque wand?
Nachi.
Where? What?
Nachi, stop moving, you hyper rat.
No, I didn't. No, not this one. That's yours. Hold on. Let me try this shit first.
Both.
What is this? Oh! Teleportana. Oh, that's so crazy. Okay, what is it? Grabana.
Fish yuck.
Grabana.
Fish yuck.
I didn't mean to do that, but
Fish yuck.
what's Loxana. No, I was trying to do
Why the fuck
Now
does it
she
sound
get a
more
wand.
demonic when she does it?
Oh, wow. Where my grotesque one?
Achoo.
Okay, there we go.
Achoo.
That's my
Achoo.
grotesque one.
Achoo.
Pitch
Piss
yuck.
yuck.
I gotta
That
try
piss
this
yuck.
one first.
That
Loxana.
piss yuck.
What does
Look down.
Loxana do? Oh my god! Oh my god, I have a familiar! Oh my god, oh my
What
god.
the hell's happening?
Brother, grab it.
Hello! 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 Oh my god! Can get me, bish. I don't like that one. I want my grotesque one. Give me my grotesque one. I don't like this. I don't
Nachi.
like this shit, man. Oh, what? I don't like this one. That's yours. Give me grotesque.
Oh,
I like pissing
Gee.
on people.
do you
Yes?
like backseaters?
What's that?
People who tell you what to do in the game.
Ah,
In your chat.
Nah, I don't mind. I don't mind.
You don't mind?
much.
Okay.
I don't mind much. I mean, I'm
It's
a
because
baby in
it
this
tends
game.
sometimes it ruins the fun for certain streamers. So that's why I was asking you, do you want backseating? Because if you don't want backseating, then I will implement that rule and I will time out whoever is backseating you. And I don't care who it is.
Nah, in games
And
like
also
this, I
secondly,
don't mind.
secondly in your rules it says no backseating unless you ask, but you never asked. So
Yeah,
they're already breaking one of your rules.
Yeah, I mean it's okay for me in this
Okay,
type of
for this
game.
one you
Yeah,
gave me
but
permission. I will.
yeah,
But just
yeah.
know the next time someone does it, they're getting timed out. I don't care.
Okay,
Piss yuck.
okay. No.
I'm very if I was in Papaya's stream right now, I think I'd be also be very relentless.
Oh my god, Bat's gonna be happy with this one.
So what are we doing?
Do we who's gonna sub for no guy?
I'm selling.
Do we have a subber? Zaro did Doctor. Oh yeah, Doctor replied.
wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm schizo. Who was the other one that we planned to invite? Was it Fire? I don't mind Fire. Wait, does Chloe have the game? This is on you! Meow.
Oh shit. Yeah, another
Zoro keeps calling me the wrong name. Smite him. I got you. Isn't it Papaya, not Zoro?
No,
It's Papaya, right?
It
was Papaya, right? Coffee.
Zoro.
It was
Zoro.
Papaya, right?
It's Zoro.
Papaya called you candy. Oh no,
No,
Zoro
it's
does.
Zoro.
Zoro, how dare! That's evil. Where's Zoro? He's hiding. The motherfucker is hiding. Piss yuck! Piss yuck. Piss yuck.
Garabana.
Fish yuck. Piss yuck. Get pissed, bish.
Piss yuck.
I'm trying to do stuff.
Wait, the hit both of them with the fish yuck. Yeah, I already hit Papaya with the fish yuck. Don't worry, I got you.
You know what I'm sad about? It didn't save my my flame one.
Oh, I think it went with the gold that we had before. we bought something. I don't know.
Oh, that's
It-
okay.
Hey, Nachi,
We can get something else. Yeah.
do you want another piss wand? You can get double piss wand.
No, I'm happy with this.
Damn, I got like the one extra piss wand.
Edge, 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 edge. Where's papaya?
Oh wait,
Fish yuck.
where'd my-
Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Piss yuck. Piss yuck. Piss yuck. Piss yuck. Oh my god. The piss yuck. Tempest. Hit Yuki with the give Zoro's wallet spell. Okay, okay. Yuki, Yuki, I will do a spell on Yuki called Give Zoro's Wallet. Pisyak. Pisyak on Zoro. Ow! How dare you! How dare you!
Why are you trying to hit me with that? I don't hold Zoro's wallet.
Nah. Nah.
If anything, Zoro holds my wallet. Speaking of which,
What the fuck? What's that? What's the wand, Zoro? What's the wand?
Telekinesis.
I don't want that. I'm happy with this. Fish yuck. Piss yuck.
telekinesis.
Piss yuck. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you.
And, after let me tell the copycat what I wanted to say first. I said, didn't I pay off half of Zoro's debt to you recently? I gave you the gold pieces.
What gold
I'm not paying for
pieces?
papayas though. Listen, I'm a goddess. People pray for me. People give me stuff. I can do what I want.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, hello. Welcome to the live. Thank you for sharing the live as well. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, sir. I said I'm not paying for papaya. I'll pay for Zoro though.
Hi.
Damn, that's big. 1,200 for coffee? Damn. RB.
Fish yuck.
Okay, I'm back. What? How dare you send a doo-doo? How dare you send me a doo-doo, Zoro? How dare? That's greasy. That's a greasy. Oh, by the way, before I forgo, the shout out the ender clowers and the yes. The follow the but yes. Yes. Follow the end of the clowers. Follow. Yes. Follow brain rot mommy. Do we go or are we waiting?
I thought we were waiting for you. Where's papaya?
Is papaya? Okay, we wait for the papaya.
Where? There. Okay. There he is.
Piss yuck.
Fish yuck.
Piss yuck.
Why? Because
Suck my nuts!
Yes.
You
Suck
turned
it!
Zoro into-
Ah, my
turned
ear.
Zoro into one, bro.
If ears, girl, then just lower me down, bruh.
Forgotten garrison of the
Lower me down, bruh.
Oh, that is crazy.
Ow.
Arrow.
How is Zoro a fish?
You turned him into a fish.
Arrow. Give me something, man. I want some money. Arrow.
Piss wand.
Arrow. There we go.
I forgot the spell.
Arrow. Ow! What the fuck was that? Arrow. 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 No! Arrow! Bro wasn't even aiming it to you. What did I do to you? Stinky. Stanky potato. The stankers. Big stanky. I found the door. I found the door. I found the door. Ow, ow, ow. What? Arrow. Oh, goddamn. Okay. I hold the wand. Okay. Arrow. Arrow. Can I open this shit? What does these hold? I don't know. Nothing? No. Oh. Can I light the coal up? Oh, what? It doesn't. Okay. Interact. Okay. I go up. What the fuck? Okay. Up. Okay. The fuck is this? The fuck is this shit? The end of the clover is the end of the clover. Yes. Dashi, where to guy? Umogor. Where am I? And I'm so stupid. Oh. Can I burn that shit? I wanna burn that shit, man. Did you where to guy? Wait, didn't I came from here? Oh yeah, we did. What the fuck? Oh, so this is just the same, I guess. Okay. No, I came from here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Oh, there we go. Something to burn these motherfuckers. Come here. I'm here. Where is it? Burn, bitches, burn. Burn, arrow. Burn. 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 This is on you, meow. Okay, time to go to the other way, which was here. Oh, I bring this shit. I feel like there's something here that should be burned. Kirby, no! Owie! How dare the curb? How dare the curb do that to me? Yeah, hell yeah. Isn't this burnable too? There we go. Come on. Burn. Y'all still playing? Yes. No K dip though, so. Burn! Arrow dash it, bro! Arrow!
I'm gonna come.
No gay? Yeah, no gay died. No gay had to dip. Ah! Ow! Ow! No! What did I do to you? You motherfucker! How do I go up there? Oh, arrow. Fuck you. Oh, hi, Papoya.
Piss yuck.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Oh, god damn. What?
Damn.
What? Oh, damn. Burn. Burn. This shit gotta burn. What? Why is it not burning? Burn, man. Burn. Burn. Arrow. Oh, god damn. Oh, my goodness. Oh, hell no. Oh, this was not lit up. That's why. Medieval repo. Yeah. Gives medieval repo vibes, honestly.
Achoo. Piss yuck.
Arrow. Eh. Oh, coin. What does this do? What the fuck? The fuck is this? Arrow. Any light things with this? Arrow. Powdered crystal. I don't need that, I guess. Can I burn things with this? Oh, okay. Yeah. Where am I? Can I burn the frog? Rabbit! 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 Can I burn things with this? No. Arrow. Faster than any other shit. Oh, dragon bone.
Oh.
What's the dragon bone? The bone
Yup.
rooms. The bone rooms. Mogor. Where are we? Oh my god, what is this? Arrow. Fuck hell yeah. Holy arrow. Arrow. So dark, man. I don't see shit. Oh, another crystal. No, I didn't mean to do that. Weeping willow amber. I don't know what that do. Is that a valuable? I don't know. But man, is this an ingredient or something? I don't know. Arrow. Arrow. I don't have anything that makes it burn now. Can it burn this? Oh yes, I can burn it using this. Oh hell yeah. Oh, this one is okay. Oh, I go up. Arrow. Oh my god. Arrow. Oh, what's that? Another reaping below amber. Okay. Arrow. Nothing in there, I guess. What about here? Arrow. Nothing there as well. I guess we go up again. Ta 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 ta. Arrow. Ah! Let me up again. Okay. Sharky! Yes! Long time no see! Hello! Thank you for liking the live as well. Arrow! Fuck yo! Arrow! Nice! Oh my god. Arrow! Oh hell yeah! Nice. Is that everything? I'll go to bed now. Not you have a great day. Thank you, miss. You have a good night. Okay, sleep well. Up, dog. Ah, I died. Ow! I broke my leg. Where does this go? Oh, okay. Have I been here? Oh, this is where the night was. I see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello.
Oh,
Did you see the
hi.
exit? Where's the exit? Also,
I
where's...
don't know.
Where
I'm looking
are
for
they?
it.
I think we've been here.
Yeah, that's at the beginning.
Was so busy with schoolworks. Oh no. I hope you're helping yourself though. Up, dog. Okay, another
Do you
one.
see that, Nachi?
It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water using code Andy Moon. Thank you, Doc, for the hydrate and the stretches in the head pad. Thank you, thank you. Here you go, hydrate. Ah, okay, and then I stretch. Oh my god, I've been tripping. Oh, okay, up, dog. Okay, this is a new area. Arrow. Arrow, that shit, bruh. Bruv. Arrow. Oh, fairy ring. What does the fairy ring do? Oh, it's an ingredient if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think so. Oh no, 2 minutes remaining. What is this? Oh, nothing. No, no, Kirby! No! Oh, there! Kirby, ah! Stop!
Over here.
Zorro, I hear Zorro! Where is Zorro? Zorro!
Go up.
Up? More up? Where? Where up more? Arrow. Arrow.
Whoever's in the revival room, you pass Chi-Chi.
Where is that though? What is this? Oh, okay. Arrow. Fuck! Ah, it's coming for me! Woo! Oh, I died!
Imagine dying.
Imagine dying! Fuck you!
Well, that's it. GG's.
Oof. Bruh.
No, I'm at the distraction. I'm at the door. You gotta be fucking me.
No.
I was at the door of the distraction. Fuck.
But at the same time, you had a ghost behind you.
Yeah, I saw the ghost get papaya. We're broke.
Lost for once.
Welcome back.
Oh no. You're so
Wand of
wrong.
fire. Yuki, here's your wand of fire. Now I get grotesque man.
Nachi your piss one.
I get my
Boom,
piss wand. I'm
boom,
happy.
Boom, igneous boom, igneous boom, igneous boom, igneous boom.
What the fuck is that?
Please don't walk on it. Or die.
Hey papaya.
I was on it.
Rose! Rose! Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! Hello, hello,
Could you use your eyes and look at the ground?
Hello, hello. Hello, Rose. How was the stream? How was the stream? How was it, my Rose? How was it, wow? You guys, you gotta the rose. You gotta follow the rose.
Follow and support Rosetsui.
Tummy be hurting and I'm EP. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Please take care of yourself and get some good rest, okay? Thank you for the raid. Hello from the Devil Plant community. Hello. I'm Nachi Kuranashi. I'm a vampire butterfly VTuber. Don't mind my model right now. I'm in chibi mode. Later I will be back to my normal self. But yeah, welcome. I'm a variety streamer. Yes, I usually play gun games. Usually Battlefield, not addicted. Yes. Yes.
How many wands do you
And we're
have?
playing Yapyap right now with the gang. I'm playing with the Yuki, with the Papaya, the Zalroach, and the yes. And if you have to raid and dash, feel free. Everyone be like staying up
Indeed.
long today, so please take care of yourself. Don't forget to hydrate, to stretch, to eat something, and get some good rest. Okay?
Did I say it correctly?
I'll be here. You can chill if you want to stay.
Yeah.
You're all welcome to the community. Yes. Thank you as well for the follow.
You seem so happy that I said it like that.
Lomi, eh. I don't know how to say that, but lomi sounds like a food. We have a lomi. We have a food in the Philippines
Why the fuck
called
is she
lomi.
suddenly
It's a soup with noodles. A noodle soup. But it's yum. I love it.
Hey, papaya.
If they misbehave, just smack them into the wall. Don't worry. I got you, Rose. Also,
Igneous tongue.
yeah, ow,
TikTok, leave me alone.
Also, yes, bully papaya for me. Yes, I got you. Where the papaya? Papaya! Where the papaya? Oh, you
There's
were
been
there.
times where
Fish, yup.
where is the Zora? There's been times where I
Piss
have
up.
tried to say something to you in Dutch, and I think I've been like, mispronouncing it. That's why you never react.
I bully papaya for you, Ross. I bully papaya for you. He's stuck there like a fish. I ride the fish. You can't ride papaya? Okay, I don't ride papaya. I just piss on papaya. Piss
You
up.
might have been cutting out or
I
drowned
piss,
out
I
by
piss,
others.
I piss. I piss on
Because
papaya.
I think you said like a while ago, it
Bitch up.
can't from now.
Bitch up.
Oh
think that's how you said it.
Oh my god. But yes, we're just having fun here, like, bruh. I need to. Yeah, no. It's okay. Go. Take care of yourself. Okay. Go sleep. Okay, sleep and take something to like to reduce the tummy hurty. Okay. Okay. Thank you again for the raid. Mwah, 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 mwah. I hope you had the fun today. You get the yes. You're a happy evil plant. Okay. You have a good ears, okay? Mwah, 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 mwah.
Yeah, you grabbed the shopkeep.
She's hot though.
Yeah.
I'll grab her in other places.
But how is she hot? She got nothing on. What the fuck? She had to shower here. Look at her. She had to shower here.
That's the highest I could go. It's so high.
Alright. Yeah.
I do it better. Right,
Ah.
you.
Fish yuck.
I wanna try a spell.
Fish yuck.
Okay.
Uh,
I bet you were gonna try to say
Do the
something in my
rabbit to
language
where you're
and
in
you would
fish
have like
mode.
you would have terrified me.
Papaya, do the ratito while you're in fish mode.
No, I don't think so.
Ow. What did I do? Do not slander the ratito, papaya. Get the
When you laugh
papaya
like that,
out
you
of
sound
the
like a kid.
universe. It's crazy. I can't believe Papaya's fish version is 300% better than his normal ratito. No, I'm being burnt. Ow. I'm being cooked. I cooked.
You
I'm
know,
cooked
I could
butterfly.
cook you in another way. You know that, right? I can just do this. Igneous tongue.
Oh my god, that's some hot. The very hot.
I
The
know I'm hot. Thanks.
Yes,
I know I'm
yes.
hot.
Yes,
I know,
you're
that's
very hot and very
Let's go.
beautiful and very mwah.
I know her.
I'm a bottom. I'm a bottom for you, you know that.
I think almost everyone here is a bottom for me except for Papaya because Papaya is always a bottom.
Yeah, I mean Papaya's true bottom.
go.
Kirby, no. Ah! No, they eated me.
Igneous boom, igneous boom.
Oh my
igneous
god,
boom,
fish
igneous boom,
yuck!
igneous boom,
Ah!
Whee!
Fish yuck!
Ow.
Except me, when I am there, I am not bottom. Okay.
Bottom. I love you so much, Rose.
This
Can you please lay your head on my lap? You are a bottom to me, Rose.
I sniff up. I sniff her back. Get your ass to bed. Goddamn, Zara wants you flop into the bed. Well, actually, the bed. A big blessing. Oh my god. Big blessing. Oh my god. The arrow.
Rabana.
Good night. Have a good evening's roast. Go bed. Ow!
You good, Papaya?
What the fuck was that? Ow! Bro, I'm already damaged. What the fuck? I will miss you. Oh no, I will miss you too. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Don't worry, we can hang out when you wake up, okay, Arrow? We can hang out when you wake up after IPA, okay? Okay? Arrow. Yes. We will hang out lots. Yes. 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 We will be doing some Arrow. Gone. Like the wind. Yes, now go sleep or else I will not hang out with you later if you're no sleeper. Go eat and hydrate, okay? Yes. 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 Yes.
Nachi,
What?
you're an ADHD child.
Fish yuck. Fuck you! Piss yuck. Get wrecked. Can get me. Up dog. Whee! Okay. I let this fall down. Oh, it dropped something. Did it drop something? Ah! How dare. Hold on. I'm going there. Up dog. I go there. Okay. Nice! Oh my god, I took down a lot with that. Up dog. Gamble. Oh no, why are you gambling at all? If only you could put Zoro in the oven, you could eat the roasted bangus. Yeah. Roasted bangus for real. Yes. Oh my god. Actually, and now I'm craving bangus. Oh my god. Now that you're talking about it, I'm like, oh my god, up dog. What? I can't go up dog when I'm locked? Oh, I didn't know. Piss yuck. Ah! Zoro! I'm gonna die! Up dog. I go cry in bed now. No, you go Ebers, okay? You go Ebers, Rose, okay? Okay? I was so busy with schoolwork. Okay, okay. I already read that earlier. I'm sorry. Okay. Burp. Burp. Burping. Okay.
Watch out! Igneous hug. Woo!
Oh my god, ow! My ears! My ears! Ow! There's a lot of ratitudes. There's a lot of ratitudes.
Igneous tongue, igneous tongue, igneous tongue, igneous tongue. No, igneous boom,
Achoo.
igneous boom, igneous boom, igneous boom.
Ow. Oh my god.
Anyway, Papaya's stuff is outside, which is where we need to go.
Oh, Jesus.
Ow.
Why is there a big eye there? Oh my god, that's scary. Fuck. Oh my god, is that the gargoyle? Piss
Open the door,
yuck.
open the door, open the door.
There are too
Open
many
the
yuck.
fucking
stuff
door,
outside.
bro.
There's too much
Oh my god, I'm
stuff
almost
outside.
dead.
Igneous tongue. Woo! Oh my god. Igneous tongue. Woo! Ow.
Ah, piss yuck. Achoo. Achoo. Ow! Oh my
Piss
god.
yuck.
I'm like
Oh.
cooked. I got cooked to perfection. Oh
She's
my
a
god.
skeleton.
I got
Alright.
cooked to
Zoro, you
perfection.
know how to revive people?
99% close to it.
Papaya
It's not
used
as good
this.
as the original.
I don't
Yes.
know how to use it. Oh, Jesus.
Revive Yuki.
Revive Yuki, yes.
Alright.
They can't hear us, but they can't hear us.
It
cheer.
takes 200 seconds. It did a 200-second cooldown. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. It's a 10-minute cooldown. 10, not 10-minute.
Okay,
Like
God, what the fuck?
like 4 or 5-minute cooldown every time. One of the most unfortunate things.
Oh my god.
They're all dead.
Oh my
Arrow.
goodness. We're
Zero's
cooked.
dead.
We're
Oh,
cooked.
Nice one.
Zero, don't go for it. Papaya, take out my blessing wand and say Lux
He hit me
Vita.
with it instead.
Say Lux Vita.
Lux Vita.
It heals you. Now get the fuck out of there before you die.
I don't know where to go.
Somewhere where you don't die.
Upstairs.
No, I didn't think there's any
Conclude.
aggressive mods.
Papaya, go back. Grab my wand.
Yeah.
He can't grab your wand in his form.
It looks like a hand.
Trade it for the... Yeah.
We're waiting for Papaya to lock in and do something.
Trade the better ones for...
What you want?
Papaya, the room is bigger than that. Look around.
Is it?
Oh, get Yuki's too!
That's not a hand.
Oh, Zoro, I can't find it. You die right here, and yet I don't see it. Unless it flung over. Where?
The room is still bigger than that.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Drop mine. This. God. I'm just waiting for the
Thanks.
to recharge. No problem.
Back to me scrolling on Twitter.
Oh, this is gonna be a long wait. 40 seconds.
You
That's
can just
okay.
extract if it takes too long. We have enough quota.
Let's look at the corpse of Nachi.
No! What?
God. Alright. Alright. 12 seconds. 12 seconds. Alright. I'm gonna revive Yuki.
Yes.
Corpus Anima.
Hey, dumbass, repeat the words that are being said to you.
Say the words due to you.
Vita Anima.
Bro was just gonna stand there and not know what to do. This silly goober.
Oh my god. Did he fail?
I didn't know that.
It failed because you took too long.
I didn't know that. God damn it.
Well, go extract.
Yeah. You're gonna run.
We have enough.
Oh, ugly ass.
Just gonna...
Up.
Nope.
Oh, they're dead.
Well,
Look down.
well.
Dang.
Good one. Was a good run.
That was a horrible run. What you mean?
Hey, at least you still have quota. You can't get mad at us, boy. We got the quota. I want to go up his thumb. I'm dead.
I go on a string
The
finger.
moon haunts you. Okay.
We only have 36 gold.
Next time I'm
Oh,
killing all
boy.
of you guys.
Break things with arcane magic. Destroy things. And
It didn't
prison
even.
monsters.
Wow, you lost
Okay.
everything. Jesus Christ.
We're back to the normal ones.
Oh shit, man. Well, back to grinding back up.
Yep. Maybe we can get something that we can sell down here. Can we get something that we can sell?
What's up?
Error.
Ow.
Error. Nothing.
I'm in the hot.
Ah. Hey, let me in
always in the hot
too.
tub.
Share.
No, get your roll.
Yeah.
Ew, that was stinky.
No, you're the
Contaminated.
stinky.
You contaminated it.
No, you're the one who contaminated it first. How dare. How do I do this again? Okay, there we go. Okay. I don't think we have anything to create a potion. Just these two. A nasty potion. What does this do though? Can I use it? What happens if I use it? Oh my god. My controls are... Rose is supposedly asleep now, I think. Should be? It should be. She
Okay,
should
little
be
baby,
asleep.
stop making potions and get your ass up here now.
Okay, mom. Yes, mommy, I'm here. Why? Why? Ow! Why would you disown me?
The way you're
I'm-
walking, Papaya, you look like the doppelbangers.
This suck. This suck.
The mimics.
The suck.
There are mimics in this game?
Yeah,
Wait,
there's
what?
mimics in these games, so they pretend to be another person, but they have
why am I still
but they only
chibi?
have like basic wands.
Oh.
Oh, am I
Okay,
forever
do you have your
chibi
wand?
now? I guess I'm forever chibi now unless
Okay,
someone
here.
redeems it again.
I'll get the arrow. There. Got my wand.
Well,
Well,
I'm up on
also
that.
don't feel bad that we lost the round. I mean, we still got money, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
We got 2 gold. What do you mean, what money?
Oh, 'cause
No more
we
chibi.
used the money to buy a new
No more
healing
chibi. No more chibi.
wand. Chi, come on.
Adeb, okay.
Bro had to drag her because she refused to move. It's crazy.
I'm doing something on my BTube studio.
Yeah.
Aya. Awa. Awa, awa, awa.
But yeah, Papaya, don't.
Ow, what the fuck was that?
Did you hear me, monkey?
Huh?
Did you hear me, Papaya? I want you to look at me and say, I am that Yuki. He's blaming himself for the fact that he lost the game.
Ding, ding. Oh my god, Boomy. Thank you for
Barbana.
the heart me. Hello, welcome to
Hey,
the
Papaya.
live. Oh my god, I'm being muted. Yeah, thank you. Welcome. I'm playing Yapyap right now with my friends. Yes, it's fun. You gonna be gaming on the weekend?
Pero-
Probably. When did I never game on the weekend? Arrow, that shit, bro. God damn. Arrow that shit. I'm a yapper too, right? Oh my god, yes, hi Joe. How are you?
I don't
Hey,
believe
bro.
that you're a Yapyap.
No. I was reading the chat. I'm not saying I am. I'm not a big yappo. I'm not a big yapper rainer. How do I? Okay, there we go. Da, 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 da. Ba. Awa. A dog. Wee. I'm good going out today to buy the laptop. Oh, it's today. Oh my god. I'm excited for you, dog. Good luck with the buying. I hope you get the good one. Please get the good laptop so you can game a lot. Yes. Game a lot. Okay. Can I join the gaming on the weekend if there's availability? We'll see. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what I'm gonna be gaming on the weekend. It might be 7 Days to Die again, but before that, probably some gun gaming. Wee. Oh, whoa. Yes, good luck. Boomy. Yes. Oh my god. Are you streaming right now? Wait. Are you live right now? Is the Boomy live? Oh, you're not live today, but hello, welcome. I hope you're having a good night today. Like you have a good din and stuff. And yeah, my chat right now is very chill. My chat right now is very chill. They do be chilling right now. I'm glad they're cooperating right now. You went on the right moment. This is like the peaceful before the yes. Oh, what is this? No, Kirby, no. Hey! I just told you to chill. Oh my goodness! Ow! What the fuck? What did I do to you, Zoro? Wee. Where does this go? Nothing. There's nothing here. Okay.
Your mimic
Can I go
attacked
somewhere
me, so
using
making
this?
sure.
A dog. Can I go somewhere using the tree? I might go somewhere. I'm cooking. I am cooking. Funny moment bouncing between streams. Need me points. Damn, that's crazy. But yeah. Where's she hiding? I'm hiding on the tree. A dog. Now give me. Oh my goodness! I went up from the tree. No, sniff him! No! Why you sniffing me out? Huh? Anyway, welcome new everyone. I hope you're having a good day so far. Next time, Auntie, don't jinx it. Otherwise, Shadow gonna drop it in. Yeah. I kind of regretted that. Saying that chat is behaved, but it's not. I'm lost. Where do we go? Oh, here. Okay. Hey, bro. Where are they?
I'm about to die.
No, don't die, bro.
Lux Vita.
Nachi's mimic did me.
There is a mimic?
I'm surprised.
Hey, bro. Ow! I'm not a mimic! Hey, bro.
Bro really went looking for me just to get a heal.
Hey, bro.
That's why I tapped you earlier, was making sure.
No,
Next
fuck
time,
you.
if you want to heal, hi, Papaya.
Arrow.
Next time, Gurabana.
Wow.
Next time
Get
you
wrecked.
want to heal, you gotta. If anyone wants, please, mommy. I'm sorry.
Please,
Nah, I'd rather
mommy.
die.
No, just kidding.
I
I
was
don't
kidding.
need heal
I was
right
kidding.
now. But you're my mommy.
Please, mommies.
Oh, what?
Sweetheart.
Where's the mummies? Where's the mummies? Where? Where the mummies? I need the mummies. Hey, bro. The thankies. Mwah. Oh my god, there's a lot of doors. Oh, wow. Oh, it doesn't break. There we go. Ow! A dog. Has has the toilet queen weaponized the toilets in the game yet? No, unfortunately, not yet. Not yet. We haven't found the toilet yet. So far. Yes, so far. How do I do it again? Okay, there we go. A dog. Ah ha 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 ha. Mohahaha. Okay. A dog. Fuck. Can I go up here? Nice. Arrow. Damn. Oh, that's crazy. Are there items in there? Oh, fuck. No. Oh, there's none. Okay. A dog. Wee. No! Ah, fuck. Okay. Well, actually, I just gotta go up here, I guess. Here we go again. Can I break this shit? Arrow. Oh my god, it's stuck. Arrow. Well, it's stuck, I guess. Oh no, ad break. Ad break. No. If you don't like ads, you can opt to do some subbies or a turbo. Coin. Nice. Arrow. Nice. Is that a fire?
Yay.
Okay. A dog. Oh my god, this is a lot of stuff to break. Oh my god. Arrow. Hell yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Also, this might be my last game. I'm feeling sleepy.
Aww. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. If you're gonna go ip, yeah, that's okay. If you need the e-burst or the yes. Thank you for gaming with us, bro.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, thank you as well. It was
There's a
very
creature
fun.
downstairs.
A what?
There's a creature downstairs lurking.
Oh, blood rose.
Hi. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god! What the fuck?
The fuck is?
We're cooked. How can we exit that shit, bro? We're cooked, papaya. We're gonna be. Oh my god, papaya.
Go up here. You won't get
Dog.
killed.
Yeah, and
There
then.
we go. And then we climb up here.
Okay.
And then we jump out the window.
Why? That's crazy.
That's an escape, right?
Where's the exit
Don't you
though?
want to?
Oh, there. Okay. I'm almost hit you.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm sorry.
Look at that. You see, we're cooking.
Oh my god, we're breaking the game.
There we go. We did it. Oh god.
Oh my god! Ah, Papaya's here! Oh god!
Hello?
Ow! 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 Ow!
We're
Ow!
being chased.
Ow!
We're being chased.
Oh my god! How did it? Huh?
Hey,
Oh
bro.
my god!
I'm never surprised by those two. Always getting into trouble.
Oh, there you are.
I'm never surprised by these two getting into trouble all the time.
There's like a scary Joker type shit there. Oh, this is. Ow! Ow! What the fuck? Huh? Huh?
Thank you.
So I just need to go back up there, I guess?
Let's go back on.
I don't know how to. I know I keep breaking my ankles, but man, it's so hard not to break it. Fish. What? Why is she? Ah! Help me, I'm dog! I'm dog! Oh my goodness. Ah! Ow! Ow! No!
Head up, head up, head up. Up.
Oh,
He got me.
It might get Zora.
Did it get
Oh,
punched
I heard
already?
it. Yeah, she said he got her. Up dog.
Oh, nope, nope. Up dog, up dog.
Papaya, bro!
Up dog, up dog.
Oh no, papaya died.
Up dog. Dog, dog.
Papaya's
Oh,
dying.
shit. Dog, 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 dog. Shit, bro. Up dog. Dog, 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 dog.
Oh, if you keep saying dog, it goes up more. Oh, I didn't know if you just say up dog, it will just like make you. I didn't know that if you keep saying dog, you keep going up. Oh,
Up dog. Up dog. Up dog.
if it
Dog,
was
dog,
like
dog, dog,
yeah,
dog,
up
dog,
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 and then
dog,
I
dog,
say
dog,
my
dog,
dog's
dog.
name, Nuggy 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 Nuggy. Hi, Nuggy. Hi.
Lux Vita.
Hi.
Up dog. Dog, 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 dog.
Oh, don't they have a big dog here? Dog.
Oh, you doing the same strat as me, Papaya? Up in his head.
Oh my god, my headset's gonna
Up dog.
fall.
Dog, 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 dog.
I have a very big good dog. I have a very good dog right now.
Yes, I heard you. I'll be there. Just gotta get the fuck out of here. Fuck, I always hated the fucking jester. For fuck's sakes, bro. It's all this fucking jester that comes from my fucking
Clingy
ass.
today. Why? What do you need? Why? What does the Nuggy want? Hi, Nuggy. Hi. Oh,
That was actually so fucking evil. I could not enter the actual normal palace, like the main palace,
Here you go, here you
without a jester being
Here you
there.
go. Here you go. Oh my dog.
That
My
shit was
dog.
crazy.
My dog. Yes, my
How
dog.
you guys doing okay?
That's actually like
wow,
my
wow.
last game.
Okay. Down you go. Down you go now. Down you go.
That's reasonable.
I need to gain. Okay. Bake.
Bye bye papaya.
Alright,
I'm
thank you
back
for the
from
game,
cuddling my dog.
guys.
Thank you
Papaya's
for the fun
leaving.
game, Papaya.
Thank you.
Oh,
It was
papaya.
fun.
I'll let
Okay.
you know. I am cooking on the thingy majiggy.
Ooh, let's go. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Ooh, the cucurino.
Alright.
Oh, where did it?
Goodbye.
I
Bye
made
bye.
sure. Bye bye. Thank you,
Rest
papaya.
well.
Yeah, I got a some good rest. We're broke.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna
Tempest.
go get my food.
Wee! Ow! A dog. No! Dog, 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 dog. Hey, bro. A dog. Ah, he still had cooled down. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Ow! Is there like a special... Ow, what the fuck? Whoa, I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. It's not stuck anymore. Wait, I wanna do something.
Special what?
A special word for this free wand.
It's the triple dog.
Ah, only that one. Ah, okay. Float nulla. Merci. Poof anima. Float oculus. Pisiak the pisiak. Visualize. Swap. Blink. And then offer trade. Okay. Lux ana. Teleportana ana portele. Okay. Okay, let's try it. Up dog. Dog.
Tonight,
Dog.
I'll actually be able to sleep
Dog.
on time. Even though I still have a lot of schoolwork to do, I think it's better for me to get a decent amount of sleep because yesterday was an absolute shit show.
Are you gonna eat one now?
Cause like I didn't go to bed until like 4 in the morning, and then I woke up at 6, and I felt like shit, and I felt like I was gonna eat everyone alive.
Yeah, you need some Ebers.
And also, it's like really, why the fuck are you cooking me? It's really weird for me,
Because they're hot.
someone who sleeps early, to stay up late for like a long time.
Okay.
Where's Zoro? Zoro, uppies.
Zara, fuck you.
Zoro, if you come here, I'll give you uppies.
Ow.
Bro, don't
What
want
does
uppies.
a bottled fairy do?
Not much. Bro wants uppies. Okay, I'll give
Okay.
you uppies. I don't have it. Anyway, are you guys ready?
Ah.
Oh, can I see that? Can I see that, Chichi?
The tambourine?
Yeah.
I don't see the loot though. I want the loot or the flute. There's even a lost and found one. Ooh. Break things with arcane, destroy things and prison monsters. It's still the same. Okay. guy. Nguyen, thank you for liking the live. Thank you, thank you.
But yeah, dang. What time is it for you right
Yeah.
now, Zara?
What? Oh, Zoro.
4.
Damn, don't you need peepers too? Good night, papaya. Good night. Have a good eaters. Thank you for the fun game, papaya. Good night, good night. You're still stinky. Umbabugor.
If it's 4, that means Zoro has to get off.
Oh my god.
Yee.
Yee. When was the last time you got some nachos? Actually, very long time ago. I'm not really a nacho fan.
Grabana.
Bababur.
But yeah, Chi.
Yes?
Zoro's heading out. It's 4 a.m. and he's gonna go to BP.
Yes, you go Eepers too. Are you go Eepers too, ukulele? Wafu?
I could play another game for like another hour or two if you want to play something.
Man, if it I wanna play Trigger, but man. No more, I guess.
No more Fate Trigger, nah. Fate Trigger's gone.
Yeah. Sad. Owie. Fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Tempest. But yeah, I don't mind playing another game for like an hour or so if you want to keep playing too.
No, you need some rest too. And did you finish your homeworks?
No.
Well, then I'm gonna do homework.
I'm not
You
gonna
need them
finish
homework
2
done.
presentations, a power slide, 2 discussion boards, over 40 pages of writing, and all that yada 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 in like one day.
Get something done at least.
I did. I finished a presentation, 20 pages of notes, and I started the poster. And I did all discussion boards.
Then
I'm a
do more?
hardworking person, Chi. I've been working since yesterday, Chi.
Oh.
Yesterday at 4 p.m. I've been working since then. I
But
haven't
the
even played
grades.
games.
But the grades. Oh no. You're gonna be fine.
My grades
with
are
not yeah, but are
My
you
grades
gonna be
are
fine
like
with missing
my grades right
some
now are like
things? Wait,
my
there's a
grades
gem
right
here.
now are like high.
Sell it.
My grades are high B's and high C's. And I could change those all to an A in one go if I really wanted to.
Receive thy payment, true.
Like
Buy
you-
something with it. Can we get?
And she's not even listening.
No, but you still need it. You still need rest
King
and
Collude.
need something done. Wait! Fuck you, Zoro. Oh, I didn't
You
mean
know-
to do that.
Every time, I'm just gonna leave it straight up to you. The way you say, I need to get something done every time, you make it sound like I didn't do anything but played video games every single day.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, this is how you're making it sound.
Yeah, but that does that. Yeah.
I
I'm
haven't-
sorry. Okay,
you're
I'm
chilling
gonna
though.
shut up. Yeah.
You're chilling, bro. I was just telling you. But no, I've done a lot of assignments and homework. I decided that I wanted to play games because, I needed a break. And I knew that right after we finished gaming, I would go straight back to homework.
Okay, then we play more until you think you can. You've been
I'm down,
relaxed.
dude.
Okay.
What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, good night,
There-
people.
Good night, Zaro.
Good
Fuck
night.
you, stinky potato.
Bye-bye.
I will clap you like this tambourine.
So much for clapping.
Arrow. Arrow. Give us the wand before you go. Give you key or
One
wand.
thing's for sure, I don't really wanna play the Yapyap without everyone here, so then we don't like lose the safe spots.
Oh yeah, of course. We can play different game. Ah, Yuki died.
Yuki go.
Ah.
Meow.
Duh. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Fuck you. Arrow. A dog.
So while you two are fighting and bickering like little kids, I'm just gonna watch you guys.
Wait, what? No. Since when did I have this? Since when did I have
your
it?
wings are out.
No, that. Yeah, I hit it. Yeah. Okay. Fuck you, Zara. Go sleep.
It's the fact that you're letting Zoro beat your ass is crazy.
I don't have a better wand. I only have the arrow wand. Okay, well, what are we gaming?
Okay, good night. Have fun.
Good night. Avomo. Lummy, thank you for the headbutt. Thank you. Okay. Wait, let me check on my Steam. Wanna do Phasmo, or are you sick of it already?
Phasmo?
Phasmo.
I'm not sick of Phasmo.
We can do Phasmo together. We can do no more fate triggers, so no more fate triggers. So I guess that you don't have the we can do peak. But peak will take a long time. Phasmo not much.
Yeah, sure.
But it will take a long time. Are you
I
gonna
don't
still be
mind
awake
peak
for
taking a long
like
time.
more than 2 hours or so? Usually that's the time we usually take in
Yeah,
doing
I'm
peak.
fine.
Okay, we go pick gaming. We gotta set game.
By the way, I like how I'm replying from your fucking Steam
Oh shit!
audio
I
because you're
forgot.
muted on stream. I'm on.
I forgot my bed.
No issues. That's why I was
So-
replying from your your stream.
Here we go. Wait. Let me move us to somewhere so no one's gonna raid us or somewhere. Yay! Okay, no one's gonna suddenly join us from somewhere.
Mhm.
And then I opened the picker. Wait, did I had it update? Is it updated? Fuck, it's not updated. Downloading it.
I'm okay with like the 3 hours because that would make it 10 for me, and 10 is when I go to bed. So
That's good then.
I normally go to bed around like
Change
9:30, 10 o'clock. The latest like maybe 10:30.
Okay. What pick is not appearing and
Also, which are you running it on D12? What are you running it on? I'm running it on DX12.
do we have to be at the same?
Uh-huh.
For it to be okay? I see. I could run it in 12 then.
Mm.
I can change it up. Speak not aloud on TikTok. What the fuck?
I'm going to eat you. And how delectable you'll be.
Yes. Yes. My God, Vicky's not
That
appearing.
was. I remember that. The I'm going to eat you.
Yeah.
And how delectable you'll be.
Yeah. It's been so long. And this.
I always have a healthy sleeping schedule. I have like a very
What?
healthy routine on the weekdays and weekends. On the weekends, I wake up around like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning,
Yes.
and then I go to bed around maybe 9 to 11. And then on the weekdays, I wake up at like 5 to 6 in the morning,
Ooh.
and I go to bed around 9:30 to 10:30.
Yeah, that's a very morning person. I can't do that. Even if I want to, I
They
can't.
say that I get that you miss a lot of time during the night, but you'll miss more time in the morning than you would at night.
Huh? I don't get what? Missing time in the evening?
You'll get it. You'll get it sooner or later.
I can't English. Oh my god. Man, even she has a better schedule than me. I mean, I'm usually a morning person, less like blood basically. I wake up at 4:30 in the morning. God damn, that's so fucking early, man.
Don't
4:30
worry. I
a.m.
That's the time I'm gonna have to wake up for my flight.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna miss you. When you
Oh
go
no,
there. It's still quite
actually my
ways.
summer hiatus might be canceled. We'll see. But
Wow.
no,
Why?
I'm always busy.
What
I have
happened?
college classes that I care about. Then there's my
Yeah.
streaming life, and then my online and social life. I'm very busy, but
Ah,
I personally can put my time to things that I think matter the most.
that's good. Crazy news drop. Yeah. I'm also like, no
Well, I'll
hiatus.
wait until I see if it's confirmed or not.
Okay.
Until then, it's settled that I might
It's
have a
still
hiatus.
settled. Okay.
It's still settled until like maybe later on. I just need to get it confirmed.
Okay. Okay. We'll see. Are you looking forward to it though? Like the long thing? I don't know where you're going to.
I don't know what.
Hmm?
Oh, the job thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna work under my uncle who owns a donut shop.
Oh, as this is for like uni stuff. Like, was it?
No, this is like more like a personal thing for summer to earn
Oh,
cash.
oh, this side hustle and stuff. Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, yeah.
because
That's very important.
I have 6 years in barista in being a barista.
Oh,
So,
nice.
and he was looking for one, so I was like, hey, I can do it.
That's nice. Oh my god. Window full screen. Window. 20.
We'll see though.
We'll see.
The one thing people will never tell you is that when you get busy, right, and
Yeah,
you get overly stressed, you become an asshole to people. And many people will not tell you you're being an asshole to your face. So you just gotta be like really self-aware on what you say and what you do because you could affect someone without realizing it.
that's true, honestly.
Because, no offense, I know I'm a bitch. I'm an asshole. I'm a very straightforward, blunt person, bruh. Ain't nobody getting away from me.
That's you are indeed like that. That's okay. That's you.
I think I told a friend, this as an example. If my friend told me they accidentally got their girlfriend pregnant, the first thing that's coming to my mind is, you stupid. Why you do that?
I mean, the consequences of having someone pregnant, like, bruh,
It's
understandable.
scary.
But yeah, of course, there's another side of it, like why you have to point that out. But also, like, yeah, it's true. Like in this economy, bruh, it's so hard.
Funny enough, in my high school years, I did have a friend who was she was like, how do I explain it? She was basically my upperclassman, right?
Yeah.
And then during her senior year, she got pregnant by her sophomore boyfriend, and I'm just like,
What?
why did you do that with a sophomore, bruh? And you're too young for
Yeah,
that. And then she's like, oh, well, I'm gonna keep the baby, and I'm like, well, that kid's not gonna fucking help you.
that is crazy.
And then I saw her recently, and then she's like, "Oh, what baby? I didn't remember having a baby." She's feigning ignorance.
That is crazy. Host eight, and then
She also kind of scares me. She believes in witchcraft.
witchcraft. Is that even?
Mm.
Huh? That's still a thing. I don't know. Like in this modern world.
Mhm.
Damn.
And she keeps saying that if anyone ever betrays her, she's gonna put a curse on them.
Oh, that's scary.
And it scares the fuck out of me because she keeps looking at me every time she says that.
Oh boy. I hope that doesn't mean anything though. Yeah.
I remember saying she did. I remember her saying that she did put a curse on me.
What? That's crazy.
And it was because she thought I was lying to her about wanting to be her friend, so she cursed me.
What? That's still crazy shit. Oh my god.
I know, right?
No
It
way.
genuinely scares me when I think about it. Because I couldn't tell if she was joking. Because every time I looked at her face, she was looking at me with the most serious look ever. It's like if you when you're in an interview, and I'm just like, oh shit, did she actually curse me?
You would feel it though, right? If it's really, like
I don't
a
know. I
real
don't believe in that
curse.
type of thing.
That's good then if you don't like believe in it. Sometimes it takes a toll on you if you believe in it. We do have those kind of people that believes on those. And, oh my god! Wait, did I join yours or
No,
huh? I don't remember joining.
you could host game.
Okay, believe and then I join.
Um,
I,
I'm one of those type of people that are like, I'm not gonna believe it until I see it.
what? It's not letting me join. Invite me, please.
Like for example, I don't believe in ghosts, but if I were to see one and it fucking harasses me, then yeah, I'm gonna believe in ghosts.
Yeah, of course. If it's like, if you can feel it physically, of course.
Like, don't get me
Please,
wrong,
and
I
then
also have like some
guess.
odd superstitions that like something's watching me in the middle of the night, but that's just like my brain messing with me.
Oh boy, I feel on that. That happened to me sometimes too. Like,
It's like precisely like when you're in like a dark room, right? Like your lights are all off, and then you're not able
yeah,
to sleep, and then you look in the corner of your bedroom, and you think someone's
yeah,
just standing there,
yeah.
and you stare at it harder and harder to think that,
Like,
and then you think you see a figure, and then
Yeah,
you
you
blink and it's
squint your
gone.
eyes. Yeah. You try to squint your eyes trying to see it.
That's exactly what happens to me, and it freaks me the fuck out.
Oh my god. That's scary as fuck though. Okay, I'm here.
But I
In
think
the
it's very
door
common for a lot
here.
of people.
Oh, you have a new outfit. Wow, I don't have it. I haven't played Peek in quite a long time. Hold on, wait, what's my stuff?
Don't worry, I haven't either.
But you have the newest hat. Is that the newest hat?
No,
Yeah, I
this
don't
hat is
have
from
that.
the Mesa.
Duh,
Why is it
no,
eating me? Why is
Kirby!
Kirby
No!
eating
Kirby, no!
me?
Why?
Hey!
Oh my god. I don't have that hat. No. I'm pink.
The Mesa. You survived the Mesa without getting over 10% of heat.
Oh, I haven't done that, I guess. That's why it's not on my end.
Mhm.
It's hard to do that.
It's hard to do it when they make the sun so impossible to avoid.
Yeah. Even when going up. So of course 10% of that run? Nah. This is hard.
The
It's
Alpines is a lot more
hard.
easier, in all honesty.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because it's cold, like it just like you can just avoid the areas that are cold.
Exactly.
And it's like there's a timing so you could like hide. Compared to Mesa, you can't avoid the sun always because there's areas that you like
What
it
happened
goes
to Medieval
around.
Repo? Most of the gang just got offline, and we decided that we
Yeah.
didn't want to mess with the save file until everyone else was back.
Yes. That's what happened.
So that's why
Oh
we're
my god,
playing
this
Peak.
shit. Oh, this is me. This is Ew. Oh god,
I see,
this
I
and
see.
this.
This is the blind man. Oh my god, I used to say that because of Lunar.
Oh my god, I miss Glooner. I don't know where the dude go. Joe
He's
bro
been
went
busy.
Pokemon going always, I guess. Whenever I talk to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go do this Pokemon Go type shit." I'm like, "Okay, good luck catching them Pokemon, man."
Dark. That is really funny,
The
and I approve
shadow.
of it as an Asian. I'm calling him Dark. I don't give a fuck. His name is Dark.
His Lunar's third husband.
Oh my god.
Lunar has three husbands. First one is
I'm not
Mikey.
surprised.
The second one is Caden, and the third one is Shadow. He's the third. Ow! Why? Okay, I'm here now. In a, what do I look
We
like
both changed
again?
tires.
Okay.
You look
Red?
like you are hungry.
Yellow? Yeah, I can eat you or something like that.
Speaking of which, the last time I played Peak, I was playing with Jojo, and Jojo fucking ate me. This cannibal looking fucking motherfucker, and this fucking scrawny
No!
little
Fucking
fucking bastard.
Jojo! Fucking Jojo! That guy hates me too. He's
Shadow for your basic name, Dark, cause yeah. Uh, Honestly, I just prefer to call you Dark because I don't know why. Whenever people call someone by a certain name, for some reason I have this like weird like tendency to call them by a different name.
yeah, Yukifying names.
For
What?
example, I
Yeah,
have a friend named Ichi but everyone calls them Ichi,
yeah. I
and I
call him
call them
Ichi
Hana.
too. Yeah, darky moment.
I'm the only, I'm, and the funny thing is, I'm the only one that calls him, the only one that calls him Hana.
Yeah.
It's just called being Yukified.
Yuki
By the way, we're
fine
on section
names.
4.
Yeah. What? No, that's hard. Why? Why? No. Gonna
I
be a
think it's funny.
burden. I swear. Well, yeah. This is gonna be like a fast run.
Oh yeah. What's
But
crazy is that I know that you
why don't
cheated
I
to
have
get
any
the badges that
sounds?
you have last time.
I just wanted the costumes.
I
Why
know. That's
no
what you said.
sounds? Oh, the master volume down. Go.
No, I'm just calling you dark.
Sound effects. Voices volume.
If not dark, then I'll just call you like. You can call me Yuki. I'm not one of Chi's Oshis. However, I am her wife.
Hey, you're one of my Oshis. What do you mean?
Never mind. I lied then. I'm one of
You
Chi's
and
Oshis.
Chloe
I am
and
going to fucking eat you, you piece of shit. And Edoshi.
you and the Chloe and the Edu. Three
But yeah.
girl Oshis and one big fucking Oshi called Shoto. The twank.
But yeah, never mind then. Yes, hi, I'm Yuki. I also am a variety streamer just like Chi.
Yes.
And I also happen to be her Ochi and her wife.
Yach.
Where the fuck are you, Chi?
I've been
in the back? Oh my god, you
Where have you been? What? I thought I left you. Oh my god, you left me instead. God damn.
I don't know what I can do to come up with a name for you. It's pretty hard because everyone just calls me Yuki. And honestly, I would preferably prefer that because it's one of my formal names.
Nah, I prefer ukulele.
I think everyone calls me ukulele in the close friend group.
Yeah.
Cookie. Okay, bro. Bro's calling me Cookie. But there are some people who come up with new names for me. For example, Coffee. Coffee calls me Yuki.
Oh, classic coffee.
I love Coffee. Coffee's so cute.
Coffee silly. Okay, I'm easily hungry.
Everyone just calls me a variation of Yuki. And
bandage. A granola.
which honestly I'm okay with.
I'm Bing Bong.
Cookie.
I guess bye
You do
Bing
not
Bong.
need Bing Bong.
Yeah, I dropped Bing Bong for the milk because milk more important. There's another box here. Wow.
It's pretty hard to really get to know me because I'm barely in Cheese community in Cheese streams. I'm mostly just lurking I'm lurking in her streams and being her moderator for her. I tend to just lurk and be a moderator. That's kind of it.
Where is you? I got balloon.
Where are you?
Oh no, I dropped the balloon. Bye, balloon. Bye. It went up.
Oh, I saw the balloon.
Yeah. It's okay. It's just a balloon. Okay. So I go up here, I guess. Okay. Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, Shadow usually just like redeem curbs and then yeah. Oh, silly thing, he calls Rose as rotisserie. And Rose always like flips out.
For me, I don't know. I was never really like I
The
had fun
curb
being a
king,
streamer, but I never liked being the one to watch streams.
Oh, you're there. Okay. That was understandable. If you prefer gaming, of course, yes. Me, I'm a mix.
When you think of my name, you think of Cookie. Too busy cooking these nuts. Okay, I'm sorry.
These. Nice. Proud of you, wife.
Where are you?
I'm trying to go your way. I'm trying to follow you.
And also, if I don't call you Dark, I'm probably just gonna call you Shad.
Oh, this sounds fishy.
Bro, get this fucking Kirby away from me!
Stop eating, Kirby. Oh my
Bro,
god.
why is this Kirby just targeting me?
No. Oh my god. I'm gonna. Oh my god, I almost fell down. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't climb up yet. I'm gonna see if it's safe to climb up here.
Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm used to whatever. Understandable.
Oh, right here. Right. Come here.
I was so
I'll help you.
scared
Come
for my life. Oh, hold on, I need stamina. Okay.
Come
I
here.
go left. I go left.
For me personally, I just never really was a big fan of watching streamers, but I had fun being the streamer. I'm stuck. Chi, help me. Help me out. I got it.
Is there even a way here? Is there even a way here?
Don't worry. Don't worry. Yuki comes up with the way all the time. All the time. All the time. I'm so peak in cinema. I got one. Yeah, you can get up here.
Okay. Hold on, hold on,
It's not that safe though.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, hold on. This and then this. Okay. Can I have some uppies, please?
Funny enough, I've always
Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay.
the funny
There's nothing to step on. Okay, okay, okay. I'm regaining it. Okay, okay, okay.
The funny story is that funny enough, I would have never became a streamer if it wasn't for one of my closest friends. She always said that I had streamer potential.
Oh my god, there's nothing here.
Chi, you went the completely wrong way. You went the opposite way where I went.
Oh, I didn't take any damage. What? That is new. That is new.
Hold on. Go? You went the wrong way.
Yeah, I thought you went there. I was like, no.
Okay,
Okay,
let me see if I can
go
find out where I went.
back again. No, I remember where we went. Okay.
I didn't try
hope I could get back with this energy though.
I like lunged myself in the. What happened to all the fruit that you had?
Okay. Okay. No! Ow!
You did?
Fuck. Yeah, but I tried to use. Oh shit! I wasn't able to use the. Yeah, it's gone. I thought I'd be able to use the. Oh shit! I should have used the fortified milk. Ah, stupid.
You died, huh?
Yeah.
You silly goober.
I slipped. My bad.
Oh, I'm not getting you.
My limbs aren't enough. Guess I'm short. Eru got me started. Yeah. Same. On my end it's Shoto. And then I went to Eru's community and then that's where it all started as well. Like being active on communities because before I'm just like watching, lurking on Shotos. The big streamers. But never on the smaller communities. But when I started on Eru's, that's like where it all started when I became active with the community. That's where I met Laggy. Then Laggy introduced me to you, to the Claire.
I think he introduced you to Chloe first and then me.
No, both actually. He just sent me like 4 of his Oshis that time. It was you, Chloe, and there's other two that he.
I don't think it was his
considers
Oshis. I think it's
Oshi.
just people that he watched.
He said Oshis. Well, eventually, like, yeah, I mean, since he's like big part of the communities, like, yeah, I'm glad. And I'm like very appreciative of Laggy for that. I wouldn't be like be part of the communities right now if it weren't for him. And I wouldn't meet him. Yes. I wouldn't be close to that. Yes.
I know exactly who you're implying. I
Yeah.
just don't want to say it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just happy. Just big happy. Wasn't even expecting it like that. I'm back! Ow! Oh my god. I'm back! Hell yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, which one you want? The marshmallow or the hot dog?
Marshmallow, please.
Okay, I cook it for you.
Thank you.
And then I put this on your bag. Oh, it's full. Here you go. Okay.
Keg collude.
I feed it to you. Do you need it? You
Oh, yeah, I
hungry?
do.
I feed. Okay. Is this my bag or is the other one?
Yours is the bag with the harpoon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. Wait, is there anything that we can cook other than the mallows? Oh man, there's nothing, not a single fruit. No! The salmon got me right here. Yeah, that's you saying. I gotta play with him again. Lunar! Glunar! Play!
Sometimes everything.
Buh! Ah. Was so funny when I was first introduced to Chloe in your community. Like on close he told me like, oh yeah, you gotta get used to the brain rot and stuff. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I like how Chloe is. The Chloeism is like, oh no. And then on your end he's like, lower your volume. And I'm like, okay. And then
Lower your volume.
I remember you were like playing Minecraft, was it before when I first like started watching you more? And you kept on screaming on like the viewers that are like trying. It was treasure. It was treasure.
Oh, Woowa. You mean Woowa, not Minecraft.
No. Minecraft. It wasn't Minecraft. You played Minecraft one time and then like treasure was in there. Okay,
bitch. I hate him.
yeah, and then you were screaming at him, and then like you like treasure is screaming in chat, and then you were screaming in chat. It's just too.
Listen, that was when I realized that I kept getting one person sided.
Yeah, and then like, oh no. And I'm like, oh, she's so funny.
Alright, eat up.
I like how like you react to stuff. Wait, I'm getting the other one. Thank you, Mama.
But yeah, that was the past. He no longer does that anymore. Actually, he barely ever says that.
Yeah, I noticed it as well. And then I think the next one that you like went on bantering it with was Sensei. And then Sensei is also God. I'm like, oh boy.
I think Sensei actually stopped the moment he got into a relationship with the girl he was talking about.
Wait, he did? I didn't know.
Supposedly they got into a relationship.
I thought he was like lying when oh my god, my TikTok live. I thought he was like lying when he said like no, I don't really feel that way or something. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Bro, you
Who
serious?
knows? If I could say one
Okay.
thing to his face, I think I would say that I found him completely annoying. How both of them were indirectly confessing to each other in my fucking chat. Like, go confess to each other
Oh
outside of my chat, bro.
yeah, yeah. I'm like, bro, it's so obvious, but he's still saying, no, she's not. She's not. And I'm like, I'm gonna kill this kid. Like, bro, if only I could like make a dent in your head right now. I'm a be like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I thought he was like that dense as fuck,
It
person.
wasn't. No, I just found it really annoying because like you guys could have a time and a day to confess, and you chose to do it in a streamer
And
stream.
not on the stream. Yeah, that's true.
That's
Then
like
bro
that's what pissed me
started
off. It's like,
denying
bro,
it.
there's a time and a place, bro.
Like you could do it in DMs. Why on the stream, right?
Yeah.
Wait, where are we going? Can
But
I
yeah,
check here?
supposedly they started dating.
Oh my god, that's why he went like
And all I can say
silent, I
is, I'm
guess.
proud of him. Good job, bro.
Yeah. Ow. Fine, I'm
There's a
gonna
lot of
eat this
people
shit.
from like the past who ended up leaving.
I mean, nothing's forever. I mean, I also kind of
I
like
know.
noticed that with every community that people come and go.
For example,
It's
Nadu.
okay.
You might know her. She's the mod that I always yell
Oh,
at.
Nadu! Yeah, yeah, yeah. I rarely
She
see you now. Oh,
no,
her.
she
I
came back
mean,
recently.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes I see her on like on your
She
chat, and I'm like,
she disappeared for like a year, and then she came back.
oh my
And we
god.
spoke privately about something, which gave her the courage to come back.
Oh.
Stuff happens, you know.
Wee. Well, IRL stuff, yeah. Unavoidable. Where are you? I'm just on top of every. I'm on top of a tree somewhere in the middle of the stuff. No, no, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Don't rain yet, please. Don't
I
rain
never
yet.
seen a woman. By the way, look, you can see me be like, look,
Where?
look up
Hello.
this way.
Yeah, I see you there. I'm gonna split. I don't wanna fall. Okay, I'm gonna stay here for now. I don't wanna die. It's
If
just a
I'm
chapter
lucky,
of our
maybe
lives to
this
come and
year I
go.
might be able to actually drop like an actual debut, maybe.
Hell yeah, of course we're gonna be there.
I said if I'm lucky.
You're gonna be lucky. You're always lucky.
Not really. He's poor. Remember that. Where the fuck are you?
I'm trying to go to you. Oh my god, there's a
Like
lot
to
of voices.
climb on this one and then look up. Climb on this branch right here, and then look up.
I don't see your hand.
Up.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there.
Climb up that and then look up.
Okay. I look. I look.
Just look around. Just look up and look around. You'll see me.
Oh my god! What? How? Wait. So if I go here, I could go here and then there?
Oh no,
Probably?
girly pop! I just climbed
Oh, no, there.
the branches and then I climbed up using the branches.
Yeah, this long viney things, yeah. Long thick vinies.
If these had thorns, I'd
Oh
probably
my
cry.
god. Yeah, I'm scared for myself as well. Come on, make it, make it, make it, make it. Don't rain now! Bruh, I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die.
Girl's going through it, and I'm just sitting here watching.
I'm just like, plop. Don't die. Don't slip. Don't fall. I'm gonna be lunar like, don't slip, don't fall, don't die. Okay,
Everyone
okay, I'm
has
coming back.
chapters and what they want to do with those chapters. It's a matter of whether or not it's your time on when you want to close it. It's gonna be too risky for you. Don't try to climb that.
No,
I say don't try to climb
no! Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, where can I go?
I told you where to go. Go on the branch that you're going. Climb up this one. Climb up
Oh,
this.
that one.
Then
I
go
saw you
here. That's
went on that very long vine.
No, I don't
I
have
was like,
stamina for that,
what?
girl. I'm hungry.
Yeah. Aba, ada, aba. Oh my god. I made it by lunging.
That's crazy.
I have half stamina only.
Welcome in, Rumi.
Oh my god.
Rumi.
Oh, Rumi. Oh. Hi, Rumi. Hello, hello. Welcome to the TikTok. Okay. TikTok chatter. Welcome. Hello. I think I know her. Oh, no. It's not. TikTok people sometimes just change their names. So I'm like, okay.
People can see when you click on their names. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. But it's okay. Cuckoo! Hi, Cuckoo! How was work? I think I can do this here.
Suck my cock, cuckoo.
Yay! Yay, made it! No, Kirby, no! I'm trying to concentrate here.
That's Kirby, bro.
I don't want to fall. Shadow is the curb master. Like, he likes redeeming curb.
And then we
The
go
purpose
down...
of his points. No! Oh my god. The purpose of his points is to get the curb. Only! No! Oh my god, I slipped. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll let the rain. While I get this.
What's not funny, Rumi?
It's not funny? What?
Girl, I'm as lost as you are. Don't ask me.
Huh? Kirby, no, don't eat the mints.
God
No,
damn it, bro.
no, Kirby, no. Hi, Corvin. Hello. Welcome. You didn't have work today? Oh, I didn't know. Kirby, no. Kirby, stop eating the mints. Okay, I'm going back there. I just went to get the
Kirby's eating
luggage
everything,
thing.
including me. This fucking greedy ass bastard.
No, I slipped down because it rained, and then I saw.
How are you always slipping?
I slipped because it rained, and then when I tried to jump, I went in between of the vines and I fell down. No, Sniffer! No, Sniffer the Yuki. No, you don't sniff the waffle. No, you don't. No.
Do you have any food on you by any chance?
I have mints, but I'm gonna fall.
Your mom's car.
A fucking rain. Your mom's car. Oh, I thought it was Zoinks. It wasn't Zoinks. It was Zoinks. Hi Rumi. I'm not. Well, I don't know what you want, but okay.
Let's see to be silly.
That's my entrance. Yeah, I was surprised someone redeemed your mom's car. And I'm just struggling to say hi and wish you an amazing stream. Thank you, Skuku. You have a good night as well. You have a good rest of your night. Oh my god. Please don't. No
Good night, Cuckoo.
exploding stuff.
I hope
Good
you're ready
night,
because I'm gonna eat you.
cuckoo.
Oh fuck me! I'm hungry.
Here you go.
Please feed
Feed.
me. Thank you.
I feed the wife.
Thank you. I was
Okay.
starving.
What
I was so
what else
thirsty.
do I have this? Oh, I can heal myself. I can heal myself. I will heal myself.
Oh yeah, I forgot I gave you a band-aid. My bad, twin. I forgot to tell you.
I heal myself because I
It's
fell
raining. I
earlier.
hate my life.
I hate rain as well. Oh my god, no, not there. Like, do not move an inch. Do not move an inch. It's like a little inch, you will slide. Stop. What do you mean stop, Rumi? Uh-huh. I don't know what, huh? Why are
Just
you
ignore it.
hating on me? Why are you hating on me?
You can just ignore it. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Wah, 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 wah.
Can you turn around? I'm gonna take the.
Let me check here. There's a bit of no, Kirby, no,
Scoot
no.
over! You son of a bitch.
What? Oh my god.
Uh,
Baggage. Oh, a lot of luggages. We like the luggages. There's 2 luggage there
you
going up.
want to show me?
Oh my god,
I
please
got
don't hit the spores
tattoos.
as much as possible.
Baby, no money. Baby, no money.
Almost about a month until the convention I'm going to. Oh, it's
Oh, nice.
that the
Have
one you'll
fun.
be cosplaying with? Oh my god, good luck with that. Kirby, no. Oh my god.
She didn't even notice what the fuck just happened to me.
I didn't know. I didn't see. Oh my god, this is a lot of spores though. And
There's
we
nothing. There was nothing in the thingy majingies.
gotta. What the? Why? Oh my god! I almost died. Oh my
There's a
god.
suitcase behind you.
Where? Oh yeah, there's a suitcase also as well there. Here, like if you go here, there's a
Okay,
suitcase
I'll go
there
get it.
too. I get this one.
Baby, no money. Baby, no money.
45 milk,
Baby,
nice. And a chain launcher
I'm just
and a
a
trail
kid.
mix.
Okay.
Okay, I eat the trail mix. So I'm a bit hungry.
There was a
Okay,
balloon and a band-aid.
nice. I could. No,
I'm
I'm.
just gonna
I'm
use the
not gonna
band-aid on you
heal.
though.
No. I'm not too hurt. It's okay. Tolerable.
Yeah.
Tolerable. If we need
Wait
the
up here.
energy, that's the only time. Okay, now we go here. Oh my god. I'm here. I'm here.
Why are you calling me this, Vernon?
Okay,
Go on
I'm
this way.
safe here. Okay. We wait for the rain. Yes, we're gonna slip. Oh, no, don't slip. Don't slip. What are you doing in real raining?
Okay, and
Okay.
you started it first.
Ching! Hi! Oh my god, Ching! Hello! Good morning. I mean, almost noon. Okay. I need energy. More energy. More power. More footwork.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with
With
some
some
Kirkland
Kirkland
Signature
Purified
Purified Water using
Using
code
code
NDMO.
NDMO. And Emo, I give you the milk. You need this more. We Imagine I failed
I
to
get
catch
detonated.
that chain. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. All right, I'm
By
gonna
the way,
eat. I
there
got
are
the
like
most
5
important
spores. The
test.
moment you get up here, there are 5 spores.
I'm out of energy. Ah, oh, 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 oh. I almost fell, but I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm just under
Just
the
know that there are
chain.
5 fucking spores up here.
Okay. I'm gonna be ready for that shit. Gonna help me get into college. Good luck with the test. You got this, Soings. I believe in you, nephew. You got it. Just make sure to review and stuff. Like last minute review. I don't know. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh my god, I can see the spores. No, not again. What? No, 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 no. Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Oh, I didn't take damage. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, okay, okay. I go to the chain again, I guess.
You're just going through it, and I'm just here waiting.
Yeah. I'm just like struggling. I
Yeah,
think
and
I
I
could
also
go up
just don't.
here. Maybe. Can I here? No, 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 no. Mm,
You know what? I realized I could have just made it easier for you. Give me a minute.
no, I could.
Are you
I
still
could
right
go.
underneath the chain? Don't
I
use
could
that.
use this.
I will beat your ass if you use it.
Oh, that one. Hmm. How
I think
though?
you can reach that.
No.
No, just go
It's
climb over there on the
dangling.
side. Just climb over on this side and try to do it.
Oh, under?
Yeah.
Nah. I don't
Like
think
try to
I'm
climb
gonna.
that way.
I'm gonna try go to the chain first here. From where we originally came from.
I think you'll need this then. I'll throw it at you when you get over there.
Fuck, I'm too hungry. Can I have anything here? You know what? I'm gonna ditch the
Don't you
bag.
dare use the chains.
Nah, I just ditched the bag for less. Okay. I hope I make it. I hope I make it. I hope I make it. Okay, 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 okay. Now I jump here and then I go grab the rope, right?
Okay, stay there, stay there, stay there.
Oh my god, you hit it right there. It can barely help, but yeah, we'll see, we'll see.
Oh no, I'm not
I'm
done.
so hungry. Oh, oh, the scout cookies. Oh, that helps a lot. Thank his wife. Now I wait for the rain.
Now you should
Because
be able to
rain's
do that
slippery.
chain without any issues. But just in case, I'll be
Yes.
right here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Ah. Please make it. Please make it. Please make it. Okay, okay. Oh my god, yes, finally. Oh my god. Whoa. Was escaped from a land. Can I make it this way? No! Are you okay? Oh, oh, oh! Ah! Oh no. It's not the poisonous one, right? It just eats you out.
Just eats me.
Okay, okay. Oh my god, that is scary. Steep.
There's so many of them. It's kind of pissing me off.
Yeah. And paired with the poisonous things. Oh my. Ah! Fuck! How? 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 I'm dead. I just fell into the bottom pit. Like, yeah.
Like all the way bottom?
Yes.
I,
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're almost there now, so yeah. I'm gonna cry.
I'm just more
Okay,
curious
I'ma
on
go.
how the fuck did you manage that?
I tried avoiding it though. I went in between the poisonous plant and the spore.
And then what did you say
But
you want to go do?
it's still, yeah, it still triggered the spore. I thought I was in the middle, not touching both.
It
Oh my
happens.
god.
What did you say you were gonna do? Because you said you were
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
go
back.
pee. Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
go pee.
Go pee pee.
Yeah, I go pee pee. With using my pee pee. No, just kidding. I had
Okay,
to.
bro.
I had to. Okay, I'm be really, really. Oh my god, my back! My back! Ooh, that's a
I hate it here. Mm. Mm. How the fuck am I gonna get you? What the hell? Why are you up there?
I'm here. Okay. What? What do you mean, poor vampire? Okay, I'm back.
I'll go back.
Oh, I'm alive. Hello. What
There's
is
there's
there?
a chest.
There's a box up top.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to grab while you were
What the
AFK.
fuck? How?
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to grab earlier while you were dead. I mean, well, I brought you
That's
back.
crazy. Alpine. Oh, we both have marshmallow. Okay. I eat
How do I get that
marshmallow
one?
because I'm hungry. Maybe here? This? Have we tried going this way?
I'll try it.
You can jump on
No,
top of...
that would kill you.
You can jump on top of head, right? Can you jump on top of my head?
Oh yeah, I got you. You had to bounce.
Oh
You
yeah.
jump like right after.
I will jump and then you
Right here, you
jump
did.
on top of me?
I got it.
Okay. Wait. We gotta coordinate this. Wait. Wait, you auto jump? Or what?
No, I just press jump.
Oh, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go! Ah! I did it!
Nice.
I did it! Oh my god.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Oh my god, I was barely like there. Granola, sports drink, and a rope spool. Okay,
We're gonna
now...
need those. Not bad.
Okay. Now how do
Not a
I
bad
go
haul.
down? Fuck. Let me down. Let me down.
Oh yeah, we didn't really think that through, did we?
Oh my god, I
It
didn't
would have
take
been
damage.
so
Nice.
funny if you slipped.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you need the rope spool?
No, we'll keep it on you for now.
Okay, okay, okay. Wait, I gotta put it on the bag instead so I could pick up some stuff. This and then this. I'm not gonna eat any of this yet in case. Energy. Oh, nice. It's alpine. Easier. I tried checking the hidden ruins on the mesa. It's so hard. Like, how would you be able to do that in normal? Like, you will need a lot of materials for that, like ropes or chains.
That, and you also need a lot of patience.
Yeah.
Ah!
Ow, 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 ow. Too cold, too cold. Okay, okay. I'm hiding, I'm hiding. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh, it's cold. Oh, what?
The
It's
one thing
still
that pisses
going?
me off though is the fact that oh.
Okay, okay. No cold here.
The one thing that pisses me off about the Alphons though is that they like made the damage increase on the fucking thing like that.
So they kinda nerfed us on the Alpine. Ow! Why are you hitting me with Shotzi? No. Oh, I got the schnibble. Nah. Oh, you got the claw. Nice.
The claw.
No. No. Ah, I'm burning.
It's to heat
I'm
you
burning.
up, asshole.
I cooled myself a little bit. Oh no, no. Are you okay? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think I'm gonna have to go back down there actually.
Ow. What? I took damage from that? That's crazy.
Imagine.
Imagine? I thought I was gonna slip down, but oh yeah. Oh, ow, ow. Ow. That's big. Oh. And then there's a blizzard. Yeah, kinda nasty. What do you want? Is Chang still here? Chang, are you here? Good afternoon. Magandang tanghali. What is your food for today? What is your lunch for today? Did you cook food? Care to share some food? Cause I'm hungry. Oh, I get the I get the 2 luggages. Hopefully there's something to heal here. Another rescue claw. Noise. And the trail mix.
No,
Please give me.
Fuck.
Oh my god, my bag's so heavy already. Maybe this. Okay. Cold, 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 cold. I'm cold. Oh my god, I'm barely there. Just hiding. Okay. Chill down. This is the edge of the map. Edge, edge, edge. Edge, edge. Louis. Okay. What the fuck? I took. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious?
Fine.
I'm gonna use my extra energy. Fine. Barely there. If I get whiffed by a small cold blizzard, I'm dead.
That sounds so unfortunate because I have no idea where you are and what's happening.
Oh, if I get hungry one more One more line of hunginess. I'm passing out. I'm just following you. I'm here. I'm here. I can see you. Yep, 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 yep. Passing out. Yeah, I'll just wait for the cold to cool down. No, this is shit. Okay. Just waiting for it to cool down. Thank yous. Oh, I'm up now. Okay. Okay.
I think I kept that.
Thank yous.
And then just in case.
Is that worth it though? I am so hurt.
enough here.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I just
I don't
need
know
a
how you got that
bandage.
in.
I swear I tried to jump into a cliff and I thought I'm gonna be just hanging and sliding. But nah. The system decides no, you're gonna be hurt. You're not gonna slide, you're gonna be hurt.
Well, to be fair, we are playing on Ascension 4, so...
Yeah. Didn't consider that. You got hurt easier here. Oh. Ah! What? Hitting me with sniper. Oh, is that fruit? Oh no, it's just a magic seed, I think. Oh no, it's not
No,
seed. It's a fungi. The fungus. Fungus guy.
I'm gonna camp here just in case it starts snowing.
Yeah, yeah,
I called
it's
it.
just like, yeah. It's just about time. Will we make it? I don't know. You're just jumping, jumping, jumping.
Yes. Oh, there's food right here.
Yeah, finally, food. God. I need
We
bandage
need to
though.
get you a medkit.
Yeah. Could ditch some of the items though because Loki, that's what making me heavy and stuff. Taking
Oh, and
stand.
it's snowing.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I'm safe. I'm safe. We're going up, it's our moment. You know together we're going. Gotta be golden.
But with our oasis. Are you gonna move or what?
I'm here now. What? I see food ga in the tree.
You found something that you might actually need.
Can I get it from jumping? Yes! Oh! Oh, that was... Oh! I barely made it, like... At exactly the time I got... Oh, 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 gotta hide, gotta hide, gotta hide, hide! Okay, I'm safe here. I found another fungus here. No more. Okay. And then this, and then this.
Where are you, Chi?
On top of a tree. Okay. I just went to get food ga and then yeah. Let me outside. Duh. Come on, just let me go up, man. Okay, there we go. There, and then I'm here. I see you. I'm just here. Okay. Let me make it before it snows, please. There we go. Okay. Finally here.
If you throw a snowball at me, I'm killing you myself. Turn around.
But okay. I go here. Wait, what? Okay. What? Peyton! Another heavy object. Guess why not? Yeah. Yay! Yankees. Oh, that's good. Oh my god, half is back. What the fuck? What? Did you hit me with the snowball?
No.
What? I slipped? Such.
Yep, you most definitely slipped.
Sus. Okay. Come here. Mwah.
Where do we
Now
go
we
from
go wherever. Probably there's a lot of pit in there. Oh. Just eating ourselves occasionally.
I think we should have gotten some of those oranges to take with us.
I could go back?
Nah, we're already balls in.
I was slipping. I was like, slip.
You didn't even ask for outfits.
One more. I didn't know. Okay, I'm going straight up. Just straight up. It's still not enough for uppies. I'm gonna set the piton, I guess. I'm gonna set the piton.
Or I could just do this.
Oh! I almost set the piton down. Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Thank yous.
Let me. Okay, let me do this one on my own, and then I'll do something else to carry you up.
Okay. Oh, that one. Okay. Go. Yes, you got this. You got this. I hope you make it. Please let there be something there.
God sakes! No fucking way! There's no way up!
No! Oh no, I didn't see you.
Okay.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I'll come pick you up in a bit. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Oh, the curse numbers, nah.
I just need to get you within my line of sight first.
Oh, the picking up the yes, that one. I see. Do you want me to move on a separate rock?
No! I fell all the way down.
No.
Okay. I'm good. I'll make it back up.
I didn't see you. What?
No. I was climbing up. I fell down to where I was originally.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, I'll pick you up in a bit. I just need to get into a spot where I can see you. and it's also very safe to take you up. Because if I take you somewhere unsafe, then I'm just killing you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got you.
Okay, where are you?
No. Why?
Did you almost fall?
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Are you serious? Grab on the piton. Fuck. Oh. Yep, I fell down. Fuck. Fuck my life, man. I'm just gonna get food. I slipped down because I wasn't paying attention. But now I got more stamina, I
You
guess.
should look above you. Like right above you.
Just gonna get the food, guy. I could give it to you as well. What? Come on. Okay, got it. Got the food. Please don't go to the lava. Lava. Chicken. Yep. I'm just gonna wait for it to slow down. Yep. Oh, I see you. No! I saw you fall!
Oh yeah, that was by accident too.
Oh no. Okay, I'm back. From the world of the living. No! I have vodka. I have a kitten.
I always get so close to fucking dying. It's actually scaring me.
Yeah.
She, can you do me a favor?
Where?
I'm gonna need you to climb up.
Okay, I see you.
Shit. I'm dead.
No.
I'm dead.
No, I could. No! Can I heal you with the food? I hope I
No,
can
I'm
heal you
only
with the
hungered.
food.
I'm entirely hungered. No, I'm entirely. No, sorry. I'm entirely like damaged. My bad.
Oh my god, we don't have anything. Yep, stand for us.
Here, take this. Take the stuff in my backpack. You're gonna need it. I have a flare.
What did the flare do?
We're in Ascension 4. There's no flares at the top, so we have to bring our own.
What? I'll use this too.
You just take the flare from my backpack.
Yeah, I took it. Nice.
There's parts where I was so close to getting you too.
It's okay. I'll try. What is that? It's a purple thing.
It's the sleeping food.
Oh. Could go.
Oh wait, you should eat that so then you can get your full stamina bar back.
Really? Oh. Oh shit. Fuck. Okay. Are you shitting me? Oh, I was so scared for my life, man. So if I go there using this, I hope I could go there. Okay, please, let me make it. Okay. Fuck! I'm a
Dumbass.
stupid. Yeah, I'm a stupid. Now I just gotta wait for it.
I was gonna tell you should eat when you get to the ground, and then you ate it immediately.
Oh, there's the items. Okay. We're almost live. Just a little bit more. Hell yeah. And we're alive. Okay. Now where is the flare? Let's see the flare. Is it left there? Oh my god. Where did the flare go? Yep, it's not. Oh, well. Was fun when it lasted. Oh my god. Oh, the flare is here! What? Okay. Hoping for the best in this luggage. Bandage!
And I
Oh
eat
my
that.
god! And a heat pack. Hell yeah. Take the flare. And this one to pull me up. Now, where shall I go to pull me up? Can I even make it myself? Honestly, I don't think I can make it. I'm just like
I think you
prolonging
can. I
the
carried the
agony.
I carried the last two.
I'll try. Is there something to platform up there? I'm thinking of like using this there. Then like pull myself up there? No. Let's try. Oh, what? What? Well. Yep. And I damaged myself again.
I like how you just jumped off. You didn't even try. You just jumped.
I tried. Okay. I thought I got it. I guess I have to put the item back in my storage and then grab.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I fat fingered. Yeah. Me when I'm stupid. Okay, cat. Oh, are you serious? Yep. I put it in my storage and then tried to grab it, but now.
Dang.
Yeah, we're cooked.
GG's
I'm
though.
sorry. Skill
not
issue. 1 hour.
We did pretty good for like an hour.
Yeah. I'm not even expecting we'll reach here.
Oh, my cat's here.
Cat! Tiger?
Oh, yeah.
No, Ruben. Ruben!
Ruben's outside.
Yeah, as usual. Just getting all them girlies.
Tiger just woke up from his nap. And now he's like playing in my room.
Tiger! What a cutie. What a cutie.
Why do you smell like chicken? Who fed you chicken?
Who fed chicken?
Someone fed it.
Tiger
like,
got a
Mexican
chimkin. Chimkin. Chimkin moment.
Digimon.
Oh my god, you're dragging me. Ah, no!
But yeah, no, that was pretty good for like an
It
hour.
was. Yeah. 1 hour ride.
Ole.
Are you gonna keep up? Or
What's
not
up?
yet? Are you IPA time? Or not yet? I don't know. What time is it
Not
there?
yet.
It's 8 p.m.
Yeah, it's 8 p.m.
Oh
So not
yeah,
yet.
we still have like 1 or 2 hours. I don't know. You wanna do one more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hell yeah! What? You're the.
I'll let you pick the difficulty.
This is a normal one, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and start it.
Wait, I can start even though I'm not the host?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you have to be a host to start it. It took a lot of clicking.
But yeah, I was thinking maybe I might be able to have an actual debut of my official no, not like debut as in like as in just showing off my design. I mean like actually getting a model.
Whoa!
Maybe
Like the official art and with the
like
ref sheet.
official like an actual official model.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And with the ref sheet or something,
Yeah, we'll see.
but
We'll
not
see.
rigged yet or something. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
possible.
Oh wait, do I have the backpack on? I do. I was about to say.
Yes. Wait, I'm gonna get some
My cat's chewing on
coconut.
my
No,
the cat's chewing on my
tiger.
folder that has my homework in it.
No, tiger, no.
He does that a lot.
Naughty. She naughty. Oh, what the fuck? How come I get damaged on those? That's crazy. This and then this. We're going sound of it. Oh, oh my god. Me and my coconut against the world. The hell yeah.
Coconuts?
Coconuts. I got some coconuts. Eh, 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 eh. No, it's not enough. Well, we know where to go now. Next. So. Fruit. I get the fruit. Ah! I missed.
Did you? Were you trying to knock me out?
Yeah. But I'm gonna get fruit.
I look away for like a second.
I was targeting you because you were staying still, and I'm like, how? Oh my god, I edited one clip. Yesterday was it of another peak gaming we had. What? Was that a coconut?
No, that was not a coconut. That was a mushroom. Poison mushroom.
Oh. Okay. How do you know if it's poisonous? It says bottom shroom. I thought bottom shrooms are like not edible.
So you can tell when they're poisoned because they won't have an X on them. For example, if I feed this to you, you will be poisoned. If they have an X on them, that means they're not poisonous. If they don't have an X on them,
Oh, the
poisonous.
X. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, yeah.
There it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. I thought it's not gonna.
Some take their
Focus it.
time, some come instantly. Depends on the mushroom. You said something about our gaming earlier. What are you talking about?
What?
You were talking about earlier before you asked me if I threw a
Oh
coconut.
yeah.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I was editing a clip of like one of our old peak gaming, like last December, I think.
I
Then
remember
that
an old clip
no,
of
that's more voice.
I remember an old clip of us. You were talking to I think Knight, and then I headshotted you with the coconut.
Oh yeah, on the clip that I was editing, I headshotted you with a snowball, and you fell off the cliff. You took like big damage. You said, "Oh, you're sleeping on the dog house tonight," and I'm like, "No, not the
And then
dog
when you did that to me, I did it
house."
back to you and Papaya.
Yeah. And then Papaya was like, "Why would you make your wife sleep in a doghouse?" And then you said like, "You're the one who makes your husband sleep in the doghouse always and stuff."
And then there was like this, and then right when that after that happened, we were climbing the mountain, and
Yeah.
when you
And
asked for uppies, I smacked you in the head.
yeah.
And
That
then
was
Papaya was like, "What?"
funny.
And I was like, "What's going on up there?" And then I was debating on whether or not I should hit him, and then I'm like, "Okay." And then when he got closer and he asked for uppies, I also smacked him.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then Snowball said, "What's going on?"
Yeah,
And
Snowball
there's
was
me turning
like
around
the
and
one that's like doesn't know what's happening at all. It was funny. Oh wait, what area did we go again here?
oh, we didn't go this area.
Oh, this is a new part, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, this is a new section that we never went through. We went through mid. This is
Yeah,
more
this is the
left.
left side, yeah. There's nothing. I'm sliding. Okay, there we go.
We can go this way.
Go for it. Go for it. There's a stepping stone here. There's barely no. Ow! Oh my god! I took damage again. It's just a small jump. How come I get damaged always? No!
Because you got weak little
my God.
legs.
Yeah, I got the short legs. The short allegations. No! Fuck this shit, man. I'm a short. Fuck. Is there even a way here? There is. I see. Might need some appease. No, I didn't need appease. Hell yeah. Oh, there's a little platform here.
Let me type. Okay, let's go. Thank you.
Maybe here? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, this is kinda okay compared to the last one. Here. Okay. Oh, jellyfish. Was scared for my life. Ah, healing shroom. But it's scary to go there. Nah, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna go here. I'm trying to go here. Please make me make it. Wah, 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 wah. I didn't take damage. I'm safe. I guess I'll go here. Fuck. Can I make it? No. Let's not go here. Let's go here instead. Yeah! Hell yeah. Nice. Ding! Oh my god. Asuma! Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a lot of gifts. There's a lot of gifts. There's a lot of gifts. Oh my, one perfume, 5 roses, finger heart. Thank you, Azuma. Oh my god, you're always spoiling me. Thank you. Mwah. Because you sent the perfume, you get one kiss. More. 20 roses? What? Oh my god. 5 more. What? Oh my god. That's 45 roses. Holy 45 roses. It's crazy. Oh my god. Thank you, Azuma. You're really spoiling me on TikTok. Ding, 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 ding. I go, more ding dings. Oh my god, more ding dings. Okay. I check. Another rose. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3. Love you so much. Thank you. Ding. 4 more finger hearts. That's big. That's big. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for spoiling me. Thank you. Mwah. Rinji, hi. Hello. Welcome to this stream. I'm playing Peak right now with my waifu, the one and only, the ukulele. Yes. Azuma, thank you again. Aww. Oh, he's spoiling me. Really appreciate though. I made it. Are you on top already? What happened? Okay, I'm almost there. Almost, I guess, maybe. Almost. It's not sure. Okay. Go on top of the bridge. Okay, nice. And this way. I think we could do it this way. Thank you though, Azuma. Oh my god. I hope you have a good day today. Have a good, if you're gonna eat, have a good sleep. Yeah. I made it. Yeah. With just a coconut and a apple. I didn't take anything. Oh, I see you, Waffle. I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here.
Oh, I
made it that way.
I was just letting you glaze your chat for a bit.
I have this gifter always on TikTok. He always spoils me. Gifts a lot. Happy, big happy. More apple. Nice. Apple. Wait, what time is it for him? 5 a.m. Oh, he's already at work. I'm not yet dead this time. Last time I was dead. I made it. Ready. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Officially been awake 24 hours.
Oh no. If you need to ipa okay. Just
Oh yeah, don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's almost my EP time anyway.
okay.
Oh, by the way, I should probably specify. No, it's not the middle of the night for me. It's not like 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm not at
Yeah.
It's like
It's
going
like
to be
9, yeah. No! Oh no, I saw you fall! Oh my god, that was so high. Wait, I don't have any healing items. Oh my god,
that's
you
about,
use this?
Ow!
You use this? I see.
Yeah, that's about.
You survival with what?
Try it. It's funny. Try it.
Okay. Let's do it. Wait. I light. And then I go in. Come on. Wee! Oh my god, I managed to catch on the trees. Oh my god. No damage. Hell yeah. That's a good way to jump down, I guess.
Saves us the time.
Yeah.
Do you have
Oh,
room
is
for
this a
this?
banana? Oh, it's not a banana. The rope, rope. Okay, okay.
Well, we get to
Oh,
do
it's
this
an
the
unripe
unfun way.
king fruit. Oh, again. Yeah. The top is just like full of spores, which is annoying.
That's what
That's
keeps
what
killing
got
you.
us. Yeah.
Oh god,
That's
you
what
didn't get
got.
me.
Well, yeah. I got in between of like, do I poison myself or do I spring myself and eat myself out of my
And then you did
misery?
both.
Yep.
And all I could do was just watch her fall to her death and laugh about it.
Falling to death from top to bottom. Like the bottom that I am. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Big bottom energy. Yeah, yeah.
I still find it so funny that the British clip was doing pretty well.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I'm like, it was so funny. Yep, maybe because it was short as well. Like I notice it whenever I edit some short clips for YouTube. It's the short clips that get more views because it repeats itself over and over again easier than the other clips.
I just find it so funny because it was literally a lot of people think I was genuinely joking. No, I am actually British.
British when he just woke up, yeah.
But yeah, that's why I just find it so funny because like a lot of people believe that I was just making a joke. No, 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 no. I'm genuinely British.
Brit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I almost made it out. Why?
Why do you?
I'm like that, yeah.
How are
Let
you
me
so
just
good at
ditch
that?
this. The art of sliding down. Hell yeah.
By the way, I'm all the way up. By the way.
Can I go another route?
You don't trust my route?
Well, what was your route again?
Go on pipes.
Yeah.
After go on pipes, continue climbing.
Go around the pipes? This one?
I went on the pipes.
This one?
Got onto the
This one?
small little bricks. No.
This one?
You're on the one. You just need to go on the.
This one?
Where are you, bitch?
I don't know. I don't see you. I see a
I was
waterfall. Like, I see a waterfall in the box here.
I was like, how do you not see it? I'm pointing at it, and then I looked at your stream, and I'm like, where the fuck is she?
Carvino.
Oh, it's Shad. What's up,
Yeah.
Shad?
So I'm like, where did you go? I didn't see you. I didn't see where you went up. So I'm like, okay. I'm just gonna find a way to go around, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to find it on your own.
Oh.
You'll find me eventually.
Okay, I think I found a better one here. Okay.
Yuki lives for the high life. The
Okay.
risk. What happened? We lost our last match because I made a very terrible mistake and I fell. Then she died after me.
Yep. Multiple attempts of trying to jump using a rescue claw.
The thing was, she really could have done it if she just
Yeah, if
knew
I
how
could
to
have grabbed it. Yeah, I didn't know how to use the claw, honestly. I thought you just like read yourself, then land with your 2 feet, and that's it.
No, sometimes it depends on where the ground is. If you have solid ground, then you can do that. But most of the time, you have to let go and grab onto it.
Yeah, the thing is,
Yeah,
I'm
the
not good
collision.
with those stuff. I think I'm following your footsteps. I can see open packages here and there.
I'm very good at it. That's why people call me the diddle chew.
Bananas! I see a nanners there. A nanners.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I
Okay.
went up those
Here we
pipes
go
that you see right
again
there.
with going between spores. Can I get the
You see,
nanners?
you see that pipe that's right in front of you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I went on that one.
This one. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I see a pink nanner. I get pink nanner.
Keep walking up there.
Yep. Hold on. I'll let the rain subside. Hello, Vinji. Hello, hello. I don't know if I read that already, but yeah, I'm gonna say hello still.
Okay, keep
Wait.
going there, and then you see that extra plot of land. Start climbing up those plot of lands. No. When you get over the after the pipe.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
The one on top of me?
No.
Fuck.
No. Turn around.
This one. Then I go here, down here, go around.
No, keep walking there. You see, yeah.
Okay. I forgot where like the lace room. Yeah. Okay. I have enough stamina anyway, so I can make it.
Sometimes I wonder how I married this woman.
I just forced you. Cedric said
that's not
hi
wrong.
on Hail Divers too. Hi, Cedric. Are you winning though? Are you
Someone
getting them
send help.
democracy?
Someone send help. My wife is slightly dumb, and I have no idea where she ran off.
That's me. Always around, always going around and lost. Oh my god. In the group, I'm always that one person that's like, where is this person? Yeah, I'm the lost person. As I've been wondering. Oh, fucking spore! How?
Yeah, you have to go up
Oh.
there and dodge the spore.
No. I found a better way. No!
So much for finding a good way, huh?
Why do I don't know why I keep on. Oh my god. No! I didn't take damage though. I didn't take damage with that. Now I gotta go back in there. I don't know why I kept on sliding. What? I thought I got it. I was planning on climbing the trees. Funny democracy moment. Oh, good luck. I'm gonna eat the bananas. Goodbye, bananas. Bye. Oh shit! It's a poison. I thought pink is safe. Man. Okay. Here we go again. Okay. I lunge. Then I go up here. Please let me go up properly, man. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Regaining it. Then I jump. And I am here. Next is I am here. And I lunge. Okay. Oh, I see a platform there. I'm doing it nice. Hell yeah. Please make it. I'm gonna cry. Okay. Yeah! Okay, stupid rain. Oh, I see an open luggage. I'm on the right track. I was born this way.
No.
I was referencing a Lady Gaga song.
I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way.
I see you! Yeah!
I know the song.
Yes, yes.
You see me?
Yes, I see you. Hello. Oh, it's this again. Fuck this shit, man.
I wanted to see if I could hit that. I could not hit that. I thought I would make the jump. I did not make the jump.
Okay. I am definitely here. Oh, this is the cliff again where you put the chain. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this.
Except now you have to do the risky jump and not. There's no chain to help you.
Yeah.
Unless you have a chain.
Yeah. I only have a rope. I'm gonna take the apple though. Apple. Apple moment. And then I put. In case I get hungry. And go back there. Okay. Here we go again. Fuck, I've been alive for 6 hours already? I didn't notice.
Well, the jump I did is just fucking devious.
Devious. Okay. Here we go again. Okay. How?
I crawled on the wall, and then I made it to around here, and then I jumped.
No way! No way! No way! Ow! Ow! This shit is hard! What do you do? What, man? Oh, boy. Wait.
I made a risky jump.
You made it here? And then you jumped?
No, I did the jump that you tried to do. Now you're trying to do it another way. Why don't you just try to go on that ledge right there in the corner, like next to the rope, and then jump from there?
Yeah, I'm like thinking of that as well. Oh, fucking spores, though. I'm gonna cry. Go here. Okay, there's a ledge here that you're saying. Will I make it though? It looks so far.
Just try.
Okay, after the rain. So I get a good footstep. Good. Come on, don't slide. I don't wanna fall on the spores. Okay, there we go. Here we go again. I didn't make it. It's not enough.
You were close.
No, what do you mean you're close? It was barely. It was so far. Again. Fine, here you go. I'm gonna try again. Okay, one more.
This time, try to go a little bit more higher before jumping.
No. Oh, no, it's not. Maybe I should climb. Oh, I just climb and then... sorry, I'm stupid. I thought just like running and jumping will make it, but yeah, didn't think of it. I didn't think of it that way.
I climbed up and jumped. That's what I did.
Okay.
You missed, didn't you?
No, I'm trying to get on this stone here. Come on. Okay, there we go. Come on, make it. Oh, I barely. Oh my god, I saw that E.
You know, you shouldn't have like tried to. You should have saved some energy. You don't have to go all the way up. You just gotta make it at least enough to be at the E.
Me, I'm stupid. Hello. Okay, one more. Here we go again. One more. Oh shit. keep on just slipping down. Can I try another way? I'm slowly
don't
closing
wanna-
the thing, giving up.
The funny thing is that it's not like you're bad at the
No,
game.
it's not.
It's
Oh
just
my
that
god.
it's just that I took a very dangerous risk.
Yeah, and now I'm like too damaged for this shit. Nah, I'm gonna take another route. I'm gonna try and find another one. Oh no! Oh shit!
There
Why?
is a route that you could take actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one. Come on, Rain, go away. Okay. We'll try it this way. Hopefully there's something to go here.
You know, Chi,
Nope.
I realized I could be an asshole and I could just kill you.
I could just jump here, you know.
No, not kill you like that. As in, like, just kill you.
That's it. Yeah. You're right.
I would prefer if you didn't die though. Your stuff is kind of nice.
Yeah. It's only foods though. And
I know,
rope.
exactly. That's why it's nice.
Oh, you need it. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll try to find another way, a safer way.
How about healing yourself?
There's no healing items on my end.
If you
It's
go
just
back
food.
to the spot where we did the chain thing, I can throw a medkit at you.
Okay, kinda near that, I guess. Was it? Oh, I can see the rope here. See the rope here. Whee! Whoa, it's still alive! Okay. That is crazy. What if? What if? Just what if? No, hypothetically, what if? Yeah, I remember this way. Yeah. Oh, fucking spores. I am so gonna fly. I knew it. Good thing I. Oh my god, can I trigger this shit? Up, 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 up. No, not the other one. Okay. We're good now. Okay. Come on, bruh. Is
I'm
that a
getting
better
rid of the
way?
spores that are nearby. Huh?
Might be seeing a better way.
Probably
know.
for you, maybe.
Yeah, because less stamina. And I see a box there, so I'm like, there might be healing item. I'm gonna check it and then go up that way because I see more ledges there.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it. Okay. Rain gone. Come on, go up. Come.
I can't go too high or else the
Oh yeah,
Scoutmaster will push me.
yeah. He will. He will definitely touch you. Fucking serious. No! Well. So this one. Oh, fucking rain. Why now?
Gross cheese going through it.
Okay. Just make it there, please. Okay. Please let there be healing item, please. A lantern and a sports drink. I guess a sports drink would help. I don't know.
This
Would
is
it
why you
help?
shouldn't be praying out loud to the game gods to give you something.
They hate me.
No, they want you to persevere.
I want to go here.
Shit!
Ah, you good? Please don't die
I'm dead.
on me. Oh
Fully
boy.
dead. I'm fully dead.
Oof. Oof. Oh. Ah. Shit. 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 We got damaged again. Fuck. This luck be in for us. God damn it. We didn't
Good
even
thing I'm
make
not an idiot.
Oh shit. What? What? Is that the why
Yep,
is
that's
it black and white?
Scoutmaster.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
He's after you because I'm all the way at the bottom. And I mean all the way down.
But you're still alive?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Not anymore now.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Imagine he jump scares me out of nowhere.
I died fully, so now I can't get you.
Does he like stop or does he just vanish? Nope. And the fog is getting to me. I think. What the fuck? What? I give up. I give up. I give up. I give up. Should have jumped when you fall.
What the fuck happened? I looked away and you're dead.
I slipped and then like took damage and then there was like itty bitty stamina left, so I'm like, fuck this shit.
And then you
Yeet.
just gave up.
Elizabeth Rose Blood Flame? What?
She's
No,
from
I'm not.
Hololive.
I'm not ERB. I'm not ERB. ERB to goaded. too goated. What do you mean? She has a better voice than me. What do you mean?
Not about voices.
Yeah, like I mean, Hololive, good. If you enter
Yeah,
Hololive, you're
but just
good.
because she is endorsed by a company doesn't mean that she's significantly better than you. And I'm not saying that you're significantly better than her. Don't compare yourself to someone just based on like what standards they have. Okay.
Okay, it was it's very late for you. It's 9. So yeah. Good night. It was fun.
Good night.
Thanks for the fun game. Good night. Good night. Mwah,
You
mwah,
too.
mwah,
Good
mwah.
night.
Sleep
Good
well,
night.
waffle. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay. I guess that's it for the P gaming. I'm like, Also, it's kind of late, so it's 6:47. I'm hungry. Big hungers. Let me go to the Yappers swing for a bit. Hello. 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 Yes. What? What did I? What did I shrink? Okay. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. I'm making my ears flop. I'm making the ears flop by blinking my eyes. Cute. I like this model. Me like this model. So sad that Fate Trigger not like gone now. Big Sag. Big. Oh, what if? What if? Just what if? You know, just what if? What if I play Battlefield? No. No. Just kidding. Not addicted. No one's addicted. Oh my god, sorry for the burp. Hello. Halloween. Okay. This might be the end for me. Wait, hold on. God damn. Nicola. You know what? We could read the Nicola. They're still gaming with Doc. Oh my goodness. Doc is alive with 13 hours. How about Nicola? The Nicola is live for 2 hours. What if? What if we raid to the Nicola? What if? What if we raid to the mommy? We raid to the tabby wife. I'm part of Nicola's harem now. I'm the newest wife. I'm also now part of boss's company. Apparently I'm hired as a detective. I don't know what am I gonna am I even fit for the job? I mean I can only brew coffee. Just kidding. Okay. Let's end TikTok first, but before that, a little bit of announcement. So, no stream tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. Not sure. But most likely no stream tomorrow because why not? I will try to catch up on sleep and editing. But look forward to the clips I edited. Yes. Look forward to the clips I edited. I will post it on all socials. All 4 socials. TikTok, the Red app, I mean, I'm ending, so why do I care about their algorithm? TikTok, YouTube, um, Facebook, and Instagram. Yes. Oh, oh, hello. Of course, Z. D what? D what? Hi, hi. How do I call it? Avery? Brionic. Brio. Avery. Avery. I just call it Avery. Hi, Avery. Hello. Hello. But I'm almost ending. I ending soon. Unfortunately, I ending soon. I've been live for like a long time. But welcome. I appreciate it. To those that went into the stream today, big appreciations. Those that stayed, ones that vibed with us. Thank you for the gifts again to Azuma and the Boomy. Boomy is doing auntie. Yes. And she's a fellow very beautiful girly streamer. Don't forget to follow her on the TikTok. She usually streams Dead by Daylight. Yes. And then I'm gonna end the stream now for TikTok. So yeah, no guaranteed stream today, but I mean tomorrow. But I'll try to stream on Thursday. And then take a break on Friday. Then we go Saturday. Saturday gaming. Saturday gaming, yes. That's gonna be Friday for everyone in the West. But that was Saturday on my end. But yeah. No plans for the game yet, but I enjoyed Yapyap. I enjoyed Yapyap so much. I'm gonna invite the same gang again so we could continue the game, the save file. Hopefully they're available and then like possibly hopefully at least next week. I don't wanna like always ask them, you know. Oh, but yeah, that game is so entertaining. It's just like Repo, honestly, medieval Repo, but instead of collecting things like stuff, you break stuff, and the one you only collect is like those you can sell for money, really, and for the wands. Other than that, it's none. The hard art aspect part of it is that there's a timer, so it's like you can't really roam around and and just like check everything before you go to the next round. But me likey, the monsters are entertaining. It's hard. And also like you suddenly fumble words without you knowing, so that gives like the funny part of the game because you don't expect what words can trigger the spell. Like whenever I call Zoro, the arrow skill activates because Zoro arrow kinda almost, you know, the same. What else? Oh my god, I'm almost at 8K on TikTok. I didn't notice. Oh my god, 8K followers already on TikTok. Almost. God damn. God damn. Thank you though for the follows. I really, really appreciate it. Like I really big appreciations. What else? So yeah. That's it. It was fun. Thank you, TikTok. So we gonna yeet TikTok out first. And then we're gonna yap on the purple app, I mean on Twitch, about the next plans. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye, TikTok. Kunai. It was fun. Thank you again for the gifts. Azuma, big appreciations. Those are big gifts. I really, really appreciate it, okay? You all have a good evening and or a good night or a good morning or a good afternoon, okay? Sleep well. Don't forget to hydrate and Stay safe and stay happy. Okay. Bye-bye, TikTok. Bye. And I ended TikTok stream. My GPU can finally breathe. Yeah, hell yeah. GPU finally breathing. Hell yeah. Now we move to Twitch. Twitch. I finally say it properly, but man, it's so hard. Thank you again to the friends and the supporters. Big support. Thank you for those that followed the stream. I'm almost at 200 followers. Big thank yous to everyone. I didn't even expect to be reaching 200. You know, I'm big appreciations. Big. You know, I'm not even like I barely have even started. I started streaming back again last August, and it's only been like what, March. I still have like what, April, May, the whole March, April, May, June, July. 5 more months. 5 more months. I hope I get to reach my 2026 goals. And yeah, looking forward to what's in store for us. And again, thank you for those that have been like very supportive, even on Twitter. Those that reposted my Ko-Fi goal and my Donathon post. I really appreciate it. And hopefully we get to I get to achieve it so I could fix my electrical wiring stuff. It's so hard. Um it's been like what, a month, a month and a half already since I encountered this problem. Suck. Cosmic. Yeah, I'm just doing my yappy yapper before I go in the stream. But we are going to raid the Nicola. Nicola, the tabby wife. Oh my gosh, the Barbie. Raid my heart. God damn. God damn. That is crazy. I'm gonna play Battlefield after this though. I need to do my dailies. Or else I'm gonna cry again. I'm gonna cry again like, no, I didn't take my Battlefield dailies. But yeah, I'm gonna do Battlefield after this. Moving back. Yeah, big thank yous again. Big appreciations. I'm not even expecting that this Donaton will even succeed because I'm not big. I'm not a big content creator. I just barely started. And yeah, but I really appreciate the support though. I do hope like some of my posts will hopefully get some attrition and hopefully people see what, yeah. I'm not gonna place myself, yeah. What's happening. I just wanted to see what's happening. Hopefully they could help like or spare some donation for it. So yeah. Again, thank you everyone. Thank you Lomi3. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you again for the follow. Thank you for the new people from TikTok. Thank you for the new people that joined the community. I appreciate you big much. Big. Like super big. And hopefully I get to see the Ko-Fi goal finished at least this month. So I could fix it as soon as possible. Because I got more other problems to deal with. But yeah, I also hope that I get a better job. Because a better job means I don't even need to do a Donton anymore if I get a job. A better job that pays double or more than the salary. Okay. Let me set up the raid so I don't have to wait longer. And also the matcha is is wearing off, so I might pass out after this. Okay, I feel my eyes heavy, so yes, let's set up the raid to Nicola. She tastes like cola. Cola. Sweet, sweet Nicola. Cola. I know that's so cringe. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Start what? We start the raid. Okay. They're playing Back for Blood. Wait, I thought I played already. Are they playing again? I don't know. Anyway. Thank yous again to everyone. We have a raid message. Don't forget to use your. Don't forget to copy your stuff. So if you're non-sub, copy the one on top. If you're sub, you can use the one on the bottom so you can use the better emojis. And no stream tomorrow, most likely, because I'm gonna be focusing on just sleep, resting, resting and clipping and doing some editing. Because one of my VOD is about to yeet again, so I have to VOD scrub. Fuck my life, man. But yeah. Looking forward to the next collab, which is probably 7 Days to Die on the weekend. No other collabs yet as of the moment, but I'm always open whenever my friends are like inviting me. So yeah, support all of my friends. Again, thank you everyone. You have a good day. Please hydrate, eat something, and take a good rest. Okay, I'll see you on the next stream. Bye. Mwah.